what's the goal with that? And why is it combined with these tax cuts and tax rebates? I just think the legislature, and I hope the legislature will take this opportunity, both in the House and the Senate, to ask some of these questions, to look closely at the bill instead of just, rubber stamping what's come down and really giving up the authority that we, the people, have given to you in the House and the Senate to make our laws. And I would ask that you, if not just completely oppose the bill, at least reconsider it, reconsider some of the provisions, take a closer look at it, ask why are we doing this now, why is it important, and is there perhaps a better way that we could help handle inflation for the citizens of Idaho? I think there are some great ideas out there, and I hope that the legislature will entertain them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allman. Do we have any questions for Mr. Allman? Thanks again for testifying. Appreciate it. At this time, the committee would like to call our Superintendent Ibarra, to testify. I think we all know who you are, but please give us your name and what you do.
Good morning, committee. For the record, Superintendent of Public Instruction Sherry Ibarra, and as you know, I'm from Mountain Home. It's a pleasure to see you one last time as I go out the door. I didn't know I was going to get this opportunity, so glad that you're back for me to say thanks for all of your service to Idahoans. I'm happy to support House Bill 1, this proposal being considered in this special session today. In addition to new funding for education, this proposal includes a much-needed tax relief of $500 million in tax rebates, coupled with a reduction of simplification of taxes. Government should not take from its citizens even a penny more that is needed to fully fund its operations. And I applaud the governor and the legislature for taking this step during this time of national economic distress, historic inflation, and potential recession. As for the $410 million of new support for education, I strongly encourage the Idaho Legislature to pass this historic bill, and I encourage voters to join me in supporting the related ballot question in the November election. The proposal targets $80 million at training for in-demand careers, which include teaching, nursing, and STEM professions, and among others. It adds $330 million annually to the existing public school income fund, which is much needed to address pressing needs such as maintenance and improvements to our school buildings and our infrastructure, as you've heard me talk about many times. And as you know, there's a teacher shortage right now as well. So this is really a step in the right direction. As superintendent for nearly 8 years, it's always been my goal to take Idaho to the top 10 for student achievement, and the passage of this legislation is the right step at the right time. It'll send a loud and clear message to Idahoans that education is a top priority and that the naysayers will no longer be able to allege a lack of legislative support or effort or the absence of widespread support for our public education system. House Bill 1 carries my strongest endorsement as the state's top advocate for K-12 education, and I urge you to support this bill. Thank you for your work.
Thank you, Superintendent. Do we have any questions for Superintendent Ibarra? Thank you, Superintendent. At this time, the committee would like to call Lyle Johnston. Are you here, Lyle? Thank you. Please state your name for the record, where you're from, and the floor is yours.
Lyle Johnstone, Eden, Idaho. Thank you for the committees having this hearing. I also would like to address inflation. Inflation generally brings recession, which means hard times. And the state being unable to quite budget correctly seems to have $2 billion extra dollars. I believe that the majority of that should go back to the taxpayers. As a special session, when we really needed one a couple of years ago, we couldn't get one. And now we're horsing around and we're going to dump more money future for years into education. And I, quite frankly, don't see the outcome coming out of education that we need. Scores aren't going up. So if this is a case of the tail wagging the dog, as in IACI, and corporations wanting a certain thing out of education, They seem to be getting it. But our students don't seem to be getting educated. That's the problem. So other than multi-topics in one bill, I believe that the legislature should be looking at returning 3/4 of that money back to the people this year and leave the 2023 legislative session to deal with if we're going to increase school spending, education spending, and put that in the laps of the new legislature that comes then, and not start promising money into the future when we don't even know what the economy is going to be like in 6 months. I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. We appreciate it. Do we have any questions for Mr. Johnson? Thank you again for testifying. Next, we'd like to hear from Quinn Perry. Quinn, are you here? Please state your name, where you're from, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. For the record, my name is Quinn Perry, and I'm the Deputy Director for the Idaho School Boards Association. And I'm here today on behalf of the over 800 school board members who volunteer to serve their local school districts and charter schools. And we're here today in support of House Bill 1 and ask that each of you send it to your respective floors with a due pass recommendation. We know this legislation's purpose is to address inflation relief, and it does so by also recognizing that your local public schools are also facing inflation in today's economic conditions, whether that's the cost of gasoline to fuel school buses, the price of food to provide healthy school meals, paper products, labor, and other materials necessary all to serve kids. All of this is creating an issue for your local public schools, the same that it is for your citizens as well. However, we also recognize that this is an investment, and it is a historic one. And I know that that's been kind of weaponized today, but this is about our kids and our communities, both things that we know that you value the same that we do. And we know that the needs of every school district and charter school look different. The needs of Boundary County look very different than the needs in Salmon River and in Swan Valley. So we hope that all of us can work together to address the needs of our school districts strategically so that this really can make the best impact for our local public schools and for our kids in our community. Lastly, we'd like to thank the sponsors and to the governor for showing that you can provide relief to citizens while also investing in the future of Idaho by supporting our public schools. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to stand for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Perry, and short on time. Appreciate it. Any questions for Ms. Perry?
Thank you.
Thank you very much for testifying. This time, the committee would like to call Lorna Mitson. Lorna, are you here? Please state your name and where you're from, and the floor will be yours.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. My name is Lorna Mitson. I am from District 16, Garden City, and I represent myself and my family. I just wanted to say there's like 4 parts to this bill. The first one's giant wealth redistribution. I paid less than $750 in state taxes last year. I got a $75 refund earlier this year, and I would get a $600 refund under this. I oppose that tax rebate with the minimums. It is not right. Second, flat income tax, support, fully and wholly support. Thank you, Fred, for pointing out to the education for part 3. I don't support it. The school districts aren't underfunded, they're being mismanaged. The public school income fund is, and it's indiscriminate, and we don't know how it's going to be used. I oppose. So question 4, from my understanding, the $80 million establishes a new thing. It demands an in-demand careers fund. And Representative Harris said, if the money is used properly, which means even he doubts that the money will actually be used properly, and I oppose that portion. Each one of you should have the opportunity to vote on each of these issues separately and oppose or reject each one individually. That is the spirit of the Constitution, even if the Attorney General says that it's okay, that with a really nice title, we can tie it all together. I also have a question about Prop 1. I would love to hear it addressed. Can Idahoans still vote to give even more money to education when they vote in November on Prop 1? And if they do vote to support Prop 1, does it undo what we've done here, or does this undo that, or what happens there? I don't understand that portion of the bill, and I'm finding it very confusing. And I also have the question of the timing that the previous gentleman brought up for why this is happening. And then my last question was this September timeframe for getting this rebate. The question was, is that this September? Because that seems really key to influencing our election for the people who are on the ballot in November. And this seems like electioneering through legislation, in my opinion. Thank you. I stand for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Mitson. Any questions from the committee? Thanks again for testifying.
Thank you.
In an attempt to speed this up, when I call the next testifier, I'll let you know who's on deck, okay? So at this point, we're going to be hearing from Brian Kress, and after Brian, we'll have John Evans. Please state your name, where you're from, and the floor will be yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Brian Kress. I'm the superintendent of the Blackfoot School District and president of the Region 6 Superintendents Association. May I begin by expressing my appreciation. The Blackfoot School District, our students, our parents, and our staff are grateful for the investments in K-12 education made by the legislature over the past few years. It has helped. If you were to ask any parent and or patron of Blackfoot School District, which role does Mr. Kress take most seriously, I am confident the vast majority would say he is a student advocate. He cares for our kids. Trust me, I'm a fair student advocate. Well, today I'm here to advocate for all our kids. Governor Little has called for an historic investment in our future workforce. I 100% agree with that. However, I would like to reframe that as an historic investment in our kids. I have heard much about Idaho having the strongest economy in the nation. I am proud to be a very small part of that. For a second consecutive year, we are seeing an historic state surplus. And as we should, we will likely see a second straight year of an historic state income tax relief. Today, we have the opportunity to show our kids that they deserve more. They deserve better. It is my understanding today is not about specific line item funding. That will begin in January. Trust me, I will be back here again advocating for our kids. Please don't get caught up with all the nuts and bolts. We will get to that. We can squabble about line items, fund balances, accountability, and rightfully so, but we'll do that in January. Let's show our kids we believe in them. I urge you to vote in favor of House Bill 1. I urge you to invest in our future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kress. Do we have any questions for Mr. Kress? Thanks again for testifying. Mr. Evans. Please state your name and where you're from.
My name is John Evans, and I'm from Ada County. And the reason why we have a teacher shortage and student disenrollment in Boise is because of mask mandates and the jab mandates, and you guys did nothing to stop it. You didn't stop Governor Little's declaration, and even when he vetoed it, you had the two-thirds majority to go back and fight it.
We love public testimony, but I'd like to please have the testimony relate to the bill.
This is related to education, sir.
Well, and please get to the portion in the bill for education.
Okay, page 3, line 22. The tax value should be raised by $1,000 per adult. There should also be a tax credit in there because children eat groceries and the groceries are going up, and you guys did nothing about the grocery tax. You didn't reduce it, and the grocery tax should be revoked. Page 5, line 38, the estate tax should be revoked. People shouldn't have to pay taxes when they die, and the family shouldn't have to do it either. And I think property taxes should be abolished. And page 4, the 5.8, line 24, 5.8% should be reduced to 5%. Page 6, line 3 should be tax-free. Page 6, line 6 should be tax-free. Page 6, line 18 should be tax-free. And I'll stand for questions.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Evans. I appreciate it. Do we have any questions for Mr. Evans? Thanks again for testifying. We appreciate it. And I'm sorry I didn't announce. Next, we're going to have Jackie Davidson. And after Jackie, We'll do Lane, I can't read that, McElhenney, is that correct? Lane? So Jackie, there you go.
Hi. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. Thank you so much. My name is Jackie Davidson. I am in Boise, Idaho, District 16, representing them. And I'd like to state that I'm in favor of the contents of this bill. However, I'd like to state for the record that according to the Idaho State Constitution, Article 3, Section 16, that every act shall embrace but one subject and matters properly connected therewith, which subject should be expressed in the title. And so the title to this bill has multiple subjects and should be separate bills. So as a legislature, everyone takes an oath to support the Idaho Constitution. And as Representative Harris stated, there's 4 or 5 different acts in this bill. And so I just want it for the record that while I approve of the content, that it doesn't set well with the Idaho Constitution. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Ms. Davidson. Do we have any questions from the committee? Thanks again for coming and testifying. Appreciate it. Lane, please state your name with that, which I screwed up, and where you're from, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you today. My name is Lane McAnally, and I'm a professional educator in the Boise School District, or I was a teacher for 12 years in the Boise School District, and now currently serve as the Idaho Education Association president. On their behalf, I am here to enthusiastically endorse the education funding included in this legislation. This record investment builds on last year's groundbreaking education appropriation, and in a big way. It's a bold step in the right direction for moving Idaho away from the chronic underfunding of public education that has forced hard decisions upon administrators, educators, parents, and voters across the state. There's no better evidence of the importance of this legislation than yesterday's election results. All across the state, school districts asked voters to approve $261 million worth of bonds and special levies for the costs and expenses fundamental to their operation. That's more than $250 million to build new buildings in fast-growing districts and remodel old buildings for better use. There were special levies to help with expenses for paraprofessionals and even bonds to buy and maintain school buses. And by the way, that last one for the buses in Ryrie failed. The fact that these districts were forced to ask voters for these dollars in and of itself shows just how underfunded our schools and our school districts are. Bond measures and special levies should be rare occurrences and used for only extraordinary needs. Instead, they've become a bread and butter funding source for basic operations. The mixed results from yesterday's highlight the striking inequalities this funding system, or lack thereof, has created. Coeur d'Alene, Middleton, and Valley View, all fast-growing districts with buildings bursting with students, saw their ballot measures for new facilities fail. Meanwhile, Blaine County easily passed a facilities levy. On the state government's one of the state government's primary roles, as spelled out in the Idaho Constitution, no less, is to create a robust public education system that serves everyone, no matter their background or their zip code. This bill in front of you is an important opportunity to put Idaho's public schools on the right path and provide our students with education they should expect and deserve. Thank you, and I'd stand for any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the committee? Appreciate you coming, appreciate your testimony. Next, we're going to move to, looks like Mary Ellen, is it Norse? If Mary Ellen's here. And after that, we're gonna have Zach Borman. Mary Ellen here? Oh, sorry. Zach? I misread that. And after Zach, we'll have Brianna Gibson.
Mr. Chairman and committee members, thank you for the opportunity to talk to you today. My name is Zach Borman. I'm a professional certified educator who was recently appointed the West Ada Education Association by the West Ada Education Association to serve as president. As an educator and a representative of my colleagues, I am in full support of this educational investment. There is simply no way to underestimate how important it is for our students in classrooms. The truth is our students are being shortchanged and have been for some time. Education resources are stretched too thin, classrooms are overcrowded, educators increasingly find themselves simply trying to fend off chaos and exhaustion at the expense of engaging students in learning and building valuable skills. This year, we have middle school classrooms crowded with close to 40 students. A middle school class period, mind you, is only 45 minutes long. Even on a perfect day, that leaves each student with an average of 60 seconds of a teacher's individual attention. This is not a system working the way it should. I recently talked with a teacher who has a student who is a potential danger to themselves and others. They needed more help, so a paraprofessional was brought from another department to fill in. This is a normal circumstance, but due to severe shortages of classified employees, this move potentially left another student with life-threatening health problems without the full support that they need. This is not a system working the way that it should. It's no wonder educators are leaving the profession in unprecedented numbers. The wait may be bearable for a while, but too long or too much, and they will break. It's no wonder educators the West Ada School District must plan for 11,000 new students and 8 new schools in the next decade. These problems will only get worse. This requires immediate action or students will fall through the cracks and talented teachers will leave. This legislation is a good first step forward to mend Idaho's chronic underfunding of our public schools. Maybe it will be used for facility safety or reduced class sizes or mental health or CTE programs, or hopefully it will be used to provide highly competitive salaries that make sure experienced educators are attracted to or stay in Idaho classrooms. Please make this important investment in our students and take strong steps forward towards making real long-term differences in Idaho public schools. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd be happy to stand for any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Thanks again for coming and thanks for your testimony. Next we have Brianna Gibson. And we'll close with Miguel Legarreta. State your name, where you're from, and the floor is yours.
Hey, Mr. Chairman and committee members, thank you for the opportunity to talk with you today. My name is Brianna Gibson. I'm a 5th-year certified professional educator, and I teach in the Valley View School District. Mr. Chairman, I'm here to testify in favor of the education funding in this legislation. It's desperately needed as a first strong step away from Idaho's chronic underfunding of public education. I'm hopeful that this legislation becomes law because I love being a teacher. Some of the best people in my life, my family included, are teachers. They inspired me to be one myself. In fact, the thought of not being a teacher is near heartbreaking. Leaving my students, leaving a career in which I'm already so invested. You may have heard the statistic that half of new educators never make it past their 5th year in the classroom. I am at that point in my career, and to be perfectly honest, I've been thinking really hard about my future as an educator. It's not because my job leaves me unfulfilled or is too difficult. Instead, I've been questioning whether my choice of career is valued in our society anymore, whether the attitudes of those who question my commitment to the well-being of my students is widespread, whether elected officials who oversee virtually every minute of my work, from my salary to what I teach to how I interact with my students, appreciate my contribution. Whether the voters who just Tuesday rejected a bond measure in my district to help build 2 desperately needed elementary schools in our district truly understand or care about the impact of their vote. I'm hopeful today because of Governor Little's proposal. It tells me he believes in the importance of public education and what I do. It inspired me to come tell my story today. If approved by you, this education funding will show every educator in our state that what we do is valued and that you share our value of providing a free and equal public education to all students. I'm not saying that your approval of this bill will keep every educator in their job, but for an educator like me, it will help tremendously. Committee members, thank you for your service and for your time. I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Gibson. Do we have any questions? Thanks again for testifying. We appreciate it. Next up is Miguel Legarreta. State
Thank
your name,
you,
where you're from, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Miguel Legarreta, President, the Associated Taxpayers of Idaho, and I appreciate the privilege to testify before you today. I'm just going to speak to the tax element of the legislation and give a few examples. Since there has been some questions there, it was noted in the opening remarks by Representative Harris, the inflation component and ensuring that it is inflation adjusted. I also wanted to note that's a very important element to ensuring all Idahoans benefit from this legislation. Increasing those amounts, for example, a low-income family, a married couple that is making $9,000 or less, pays no income taxes, but will receive the $600 credit. Often people file that don't have income to receive the various credits Idaho has to offer, such as the grocery tax, the child credit, and other things. So we have a number of zero filers who will receive that $600. And those, for example, on Social Security or something is a fixed income, that can be valuable towards the payments and the inflation and the things they need to pay. Our hypothetical SPUD family, which is a married couple making $110,000 a year, receives a $600 rebate and saves $123 a year ongoing based on the reduction in the rates. A moderate to low income family, for example, a married couple making $75,000 would receive the $600 rebate as well and $115 ongoing based on the rates. And a lower income family married $50,000 a year would receive again the same $600 and $66 ongoing. As it relates to this bill in general, it's extraordinarily hard to craft tax legislation. This is done well. It's noted some very important factors, if overlooked, would be problematic, and I appreciate the drafters. And with that, I would stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Legarreta. Do we have any questions for Mr. Legarreta? Chairman Rice.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Legarreta, so I just wanted a quick question on the some of these zero income tax filers. Are they paying other taxes to the state of Idaho?
Mr. Legarreta.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, they would be paying sales tax and other taxes to the state of Idaho, yes. They're not paying income tax, and it's a rather large percentage, somewhere between 25 and 30% actually, of income tax filers file to receive credits but aren't paying taxes. Income taxes, that is, Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Legarreta. Are there any other questions for Mr. Legarreta from the committee? Representative Shepard.
Thank you, Chairman. To follow up to what he's getting at there, Senator Rice. So is our surplus that we have, our $2 billion surplus, does it come strictly from income tax or does it come from all taxes?
Mr. Legarreta.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Shepard, it comes from all taxes.
Thank you, Mr. Legarreta. I'm looking for more red lights. Any more questions? At this moment, we need to take what I'm hoping is a brief recess. There's an online person who is trying to use the phone system, and we're trying to make sure that that works. So we're going to check with LSO, and we're going to try to make sure everybody is heard. So we will be at ease. Brain faded, Charlotte. Thank you, committee. We have squared away any potential issues that we may have had. At this moment, we have taken all online testimony that's entered into the committee meeting, and we have heard from everybody that has come to testify. And at this moment, we're going to invite our colleagues from the Senate. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Chairman. At this point, I'd like to allow or have our sponsor, Chairman Harris, come in and final comments, closing comments.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't have additional closing remarks. I would stand for any additional questions, though, you might have for me before we separate.
Committee, any questions for Chairman Harris?
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Chairman. Again, at this time, we are going to, our colleagues from the Senate are going to be excused from the committee meeting. And when that happens, the House meeting will continue. Yeah. I guess you can have these now. You should probably keep these. Thank you, committee. We'll be back in order in session. And at this point, House Bill 1 is properly placed before the committee. Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the testimonies both in favor and against or opposition of this House bill, but I'd like to express my full support of House Bill 1 and the impact that it will have on Idahoans, our business community, and education. With that, I'd make a motion that House Bill 1 be moved to the House floor with a do pass recommendation.
A motion is already in order. Are there any comments or any on the motion? Any discussion? I'm sorry. This time I have a good excuse. I really couldn't see your light. Representative Necochea.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to make a comment. First, I want to express my gratitude to the folks working in education who came here today and who are in schools across the state doing a really hard job in really challenging circumstances. We know facilities are overcrowded and in disrepair. We know the staffing challenges. We know the oversized classrooms. Heck, as I was sitting here during this committee hearing, I got an email from my kids' school where they're desperate to hire another cafeteria worker. So I know the challenges are grave. Thank you for coming out. Thank you for doing what you do every year. I wish this body had used more accurate projections for its revenue estimate so that we could have had more investment available, more dollars on the table that we could have had in the budget this year. And I do regret that there will be a delay if this passes in getting that help. The lopsidedness of the tax policy changes in this bill are unfortunate and compound the lopsidedness of tax policies this body has passed in recent years. So I guess what I'm saying is I'm going to offer my qualified support of this legislation. I'll be supporting the motion because it's the right thing to do for our kids and schools. And I encourage the committee to do the same.
Thank you, Representative. Looking around for other comments. Is that Representative Nichols?
Yes, Mr.
Thank you,
Chairman.
Representative Nichols.
Thank you. I just want to make a comment. So I know this was all put together very quickly and that the people have not really had a lot of time to be able to give input or to be able to speak to this. I have been receiving emails and phone calls that people are not excited about this bill. It seems that the majority of the support came from our, of course, education community and our larger lobbyist organizations. But I really feel that this doesn't do the people the good that they should be able to give input and representation on behalf of themselves. So I take some issue with that this was thrown together very quickly and not giving the people, I mean, I tried to put out as fast as I could for them to have the ability to be able to register online to testify, but that wasn't even an hour ago. So I would have liked to have seen this given more time and be able to have input from the people to be able to talk about where they're coming from, what they're needing, how they're handling what's transpiring with inflation and taxes and all those things. We've been hearing for years the need from our constituents for tax relief, either in the form of property tax or on grocery tax or whatever the case may be. And while this is, I coined the phrase breadcrumbs, while this is a small tax relief plan, I really feel that we should be doing a lot more for the people in our state and giving them the real tax relief that they need. Education, there never seems to be enough money for education. And I have kids in school, I get it. But I think there's some mismanagement that goes in that factor as well. And I really believe that we need to be giving our citizens better representation and better tax relief for what they're needing. And so I would like to have seen more of that transpire so that the citizens could participate in this governmental process in which they are part of the governmental process as it's a government by and for the people. They should be part of that process more than what we're giving them. Thank you.
Is that Representative Adams?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to briefly speak on the motion, I'll be supporting the motion as well. Education is important. The tax portion of this bill is pretty easy to support for me. We have been investing in education. I think that's something that you hear a lot. Any government organization or government structure of anything never has enough money. That's just the way it works, which is why over the last however many years we've invested more and more money in education, and it continues to go. And this is one more investment. So I would just say this to the educators in the state of Idaho, the administrators, and all those that work in our education system. We're doing our best to help you, but now the ball's in your court now. And so we need to see something coming from you. I don't know how that is going to play out, but these are public funds, and the public needs something back for their investment. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Adams. Representative Shepard.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to make a comment about one of the things I like about the state of Idaho is you can't bring one important issue to a bill and then put a whole bunch of pork in it to try to get it passed. And I'm a little bit uncomfortable with this bill having what I consider two different issues. I think that's a dangerous road that we're going to go down. It might come back to bite us in the future if we set precedent. But I understand the timing, the speed that we need to get this done, and I don't want to waste taxpayers' dollars by having this down here longer on the special session than need be. So I'll be supporting the bill, but I want to be on record saying I think this is a dangerous road to go down.
Thank you, Representative Shepherd. Representative Hartgen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, too, will be supporting this bill totally. I believe in our education system, and I quite frankly am very proud of our education system, and I think that where I come from, those people work really hard, and they, too, have announcements out for more janitors and more cooks and more substitutes and more teachers, and this will help them as well. I think they do an exemplary job. All of my grandchildren are in Idaho schools doing exemplary. You know, I just can't put it down. I think if we come in on the bottom because of funding, that has nothing to do with what their actual education is. It's just because we're in the bottom of funding. And the scores will show you that Idaho has risen, and they are doing their job. And I do want to thank Sherry Ybarra, Superintendent, for that, and also to wish her well. And I will be totally supporting this. I think the income tax, the flat tax is good. I think that it's good for our corporations and for Idaho. If there's anything that I've heard any negative about, it's the rebate because they want it to go to education. So I think that I'm in total support, and I hope that the others will be too. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Hartgen. Seeing no other comments or discussion, the motion before the committee is to send House Bill 1 to the floor of the House with a due Representative Gestrin.
Thank you, Chairman Addis. I was a little slow turning my light on. I have to express something on this piece of legislation. That is my concern, which was expressed by Representative Shepherd, about it needing to be single subject in different legislation. I hope this does not come back to bite the legislature by doing this and combining these two bills. I see how it's combined. I think I can agree that it is legal that we do this, but I just want to express my concern. And I would be remiss if I did not state my actual beliefs when it comes to tax policy. I have been for a long time an advocate of flat tax. I really appreciate that in this legislation. But we have historic surplus, and I thought we had an opportunity to do even more and take our tax rate on down to 5%. That's not in this bill. I wish it was. I encourage this committee in the future to keep working on that subject. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Gestrin. Okay, I think we're at the point where the motion on the floor is to send House Bill 1 to the House floor with a due pass recommendation. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. And all opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it, and we will be sending House Bill 1 to the floor with a due pass recommendation, and with that, the committee is adjourned. Thank you very much.
Idaho in Session is brought to you by Union Pacific Foundation, Boise State University School of Public Service, Idaho State Broadcasters Association, Idaho Cable Broadband Association, Association of Idaho Cities, University of Idaho James A. and Louise McClure Center for Public Policy Research. Additional funding provided by the Friends of Idaho Public Television Endowment. Idaho in Session is brought to you by Union Pacific Foundation, Boise State University School of Public Service, Idaho State Broadcasters Association, Idaho Cable Broadband Association, Association of Idaho Cities, University of Idaho James A. and Louise McClure Center for Public Policy Research. Additional funding provided by the Friends of Idaho Public Television Endowment. Idaho in Session is brought to you by Union Pacific Foundation, Boise State University School of Public Service, Idaho State Broadcasters Association, Idaho Cable Broadband Association, Association of Idaho Cities, University of Idaho James A. and Louise McClure Center for Public Policy Research. Additional funding provided by the Friends of Idaho Public Television Endowment. Idaho in Session is brought to you by Union Pacific Foundation, Boise State University School of Public Service, Idaho State Broadcasters Association, Idaho Cable Broadband Association, Association of Idaho Cities, University of Idaho James A. and Louise McClure Center for Public Policy Research. Additional funding provided by the Friends of Idaho Public Television Endowment. Idaho in Session is brought to you by Union Pacific Foundation, Boise State University School of Public Service, Idaho State Broadcasters Association, Idaho Cable Broadband Association, Association of Idaho Cities, University of Idaho James A. and Louise McClure Center for Public Policy Research. Additional funding provided by the Friends of Idaho Public Television Endowment. in Session is brought to you by Union Pacific Foundation, Boise State University School of Public Service, Idaho State Broadcasters Association, Idaho Cable Broadband Association, Association of Idaho Cities, University of Idaho James A. and Louise McClure Center for Public Policy Research. Additional funding provided by the Friends of Idaho Public Television Endowment. Idaho in Session is brought to you by Union Pacific Foundation, Boise State University School of Public Service, Idaho State Broadcasters Association, Idaho Cable Broadband Association, Association of Idaho Cities, University of Idaho James A. and Louise McClure Center for Public Policy Research. Additional funding provided by the Friends of Idaho Public Television Endowment. Idaho in Session is brought to you by Union Pacific Foundation, Boise State University School of Public Service, Idaho State Broadcasters Association, Idaho Cable Broadband Association, Association of Idaho Cities, University of Idaho James A. and Louise McClure Center for Public Policy Research. Additional funding provided by the Friends of Idaho Public Television Endowment. Idaho in Session is brought to you by Union Pacific Foundation, Boise State University School of Public Service, Idaho State Broadcasters Association, Idaho Cable Broadband Association, Association of Idaho Cities, University of Idaho James A. and Louise McClure Center for Public Policy Research. Additional funding provided by the Friends of Idaho Public Television Endowment. in session is brought to you by Union Pacific Foundation, Boise State University School of Public Service, Idaho State Broadcasters Association, Idaho Cable Broadband Association, Association of Idaho Cities, University of Idaho James A. and Louise McClure Center for Public Policy Research. Additional funding provided by the Friends of Idaho Public Television Endowment. in session is brought to you by Union Pacific Foundation, Boise State University School of Public Service, Idaho State Broadcasters Association, Idaho Cable Broadband Association, Association of Idaho Cities, University of Idaho James A. and Louise McClure Center for Public Policy Research. Additional funding provided by the Friends of Idaho Public Television Endowment. Idaho in Session is brought to you by Union Pacific Foundation, Boise State University School of Public Service, Idaho State Broadcasters Association, Idaho Cable Broadband Association, Association of Idaho Cities, University of Idaho James A. and Louise McClure Center for Public Policy Research. Additional funding provided by the Friends of Idaho Public Television Endowment. Idaho in Session is brought to you by Union Pacific Foundation, Boise State University School of Public Service, Idaho State Broadcasters Association, Idaho Cable Broadband Association, Association of Idaho Cities, University of Idaho James A. and Louise McClure Center for Public Policy Research. Additional funding provided by the Friends of Idaho Public Television Endowment. Idaho in Session is brought to you by Union Pacific Foundation, Boise State University School of Public Service, Idaho State Broadcasters Association, Idaho Cable Broadband Association, Association of Idaho Cities, University of Idaho James A. and Louise McClure Center for Public Policy Research. Additional funding provided by the Friends of Idaho Public Television Endowment. Idaho in Session is brought to you by Union Pacific Foundation, Boise State University School of Public Service, Idaho State Broadcasters Association, Idaho Cable Broadband Association, Association of Idaho Cities, University of Idaho James A. and Louise McClure Center for Public Policy Research. Additional funding provided by the Friends of Idaho Public Television Endowment. Idaho in Session is brought to you by Union Pacific Foundation, Boise State University School of Public Service, Idaho State Broadcasters Association, Idaho Cable Broadband Association, Association of Idaho Cities, University of Idaho James A. and Louise McClure Center for Public Policy Research. Additional funding provided by the Friends of Idaho Public Television Endowment. Idaho in Session is brought to you by Union Pacific Foundation, Boise State University School of Public Service, Idaho State Broadcasters Association, Idaho Cable Broadband Association, Association of Idaho Cities, University of Idaho James A. and Louise McClure Center for Public Policy Research. Additional funding provided by the Friends of Idaho Public Television Endowment. Idaho in Session is brought to you by Union Pacific Foundation, Boise State University School of Public Service, Idaho State Broadcasters Association, Idaho Cable Broadband Association, Association of Idaho Cities, University of Idaho James A. and Louise McClure Center for Public Policy Research. Additional funding provided by the Friends of Idaho Public Television Endowment. in session is brought to you by Union Pacific Foundation, Boise State University School of Public Service, Idaho State Broadcasters Association, Idaho Cable Broadband Association, Association of Idaho Cities, University of Idaho James A. and Louise McClure Center for Public Policy Research. Additional funding provided by the Friends of Idaho Public Television Endowment.
All right, so we're in the 7th. We'll go to the 5th. And prior to going at ease, the House was in the 7th order of business. Without objection, the House will return to the 5th order of business, report of standing committees. The House is in the 5th order. Oh, since we weren't at recess, I think we should establish a quorum. So the clerk will unlock the machine and the members will record their presence. Chu Nash. Representative Anderson is here. Simon's not. Scott is here.
Right now.
Is every member recorded his presence? Chairman Gannon is here. Clerk will lock the machine and record the roll. Roll call shows 65 present with 5 absent and excused. A quorum is present and the House is ready for business. Prior to going to recess, the House was in the 7th order of business and without objection will return to the 5th order of business, report of standing committees. The House is at the 5th order.
September 1st, 2022. Mr. Speaker, we, our Committee on Revenue and Taxation, report that we have had under consideration House Bill 1 and recommend that it do pass. Harris, Chairman.
House Bill number 1, we filed for the second reading. Without objection, the House will now advance to the 7th order of business, motions, memorials, and resolutions. The House is at the 7th order. Gentleman from 14.
Mr. Speaker, I move that all rules interfering with the immediate consideration of House Bill 1 be suspended, making possible the immediate consideration of House Bill 1.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
You've heard the motion. This is non-debatable and requires 47 votes or 2/3 of the body for passage. A yes vote suspends the rules. We take up House Bill number 1 to debate, and a no vote, insufficient quantity, blocks that. The clerk will unlock, ring the bell. Let Representative Syme in too, please. The clerk will unlock the machine and the members will record their vote on the motion to suspend.
Names move around from last time. I don't know. It didn't seem to me like I was down that low. No, I thought you were about where Nichols was.
Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change his vote? Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. Vote count shows 58 in favor with 10 against and 2 absent. The rules are now suspended and the House will have under consideration House Bill number 1. The gentleman from District 21.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask unanimous consent to dispense with further reading of House Bill 1.
You've heard the unanimous consent request. Is there an objection? Hearing none, the gentleman has the floor to open the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You have before you House Bill 1. It's a fun number, isn't it? You know, we're here in a special session. What's going on? 8.5% inflation. Folks having trouble paying their bills. This bill does a few things. The state of Idaho has had a great year, I guess, revenue-wise, with lots of money in the coffers. And I ask, whose money is that? And the answer is pretty clear. It's our money. It's taxpayers' money. And they got to get it back. This year, earlier this very year, we had House Bill 436. It provided a income tax reduction in the brackets, reduced the brackets from 5 to 4. It also provided a one-time tax rebate. Good stuff. Money going back where it belongs in an appropriate metered way. Same year, we're going to do this again. In fact, $500 million will go back in the tax rebate. What will $500 million do to individuals who are dealing with high inflation? There's a congressional study that showed that the effective inflation on a typical family is about $600. Interesting number. What will $500 million do to the economy in general? Just the amount of money going back that way. And you add it to our tax rebate from this very year, it was $350 million last April. $850 million going back, directly back to taxpayers in the form of this rebate. 10% of your 2020 taxes, or 600 to 300 filing joint or as an individual, the greater of. That's how the rebate works. Pretty fun, pretty cool. This is amazing we can do that. And amazing for the Idaho taxpayers for sure. We offered earlier this year $251 million of ongoing tax relief as we adjusted the brackets. Here we're adding another $161 million in ongoing bracket tax relief in the same year. $400 million plus in 1 year of income tax bracket reductions. In 2 years, we've gone from 7 brackets to 5 brackets to 4 brackets. This year, 1 bracket, flat tax in Idaho. Flat tax in Idaho. That's amazing. That's wonderful. Every dollar you earn doesn't get punished as you move up that income rate. We do that in a way as well that leaves all taxpayers from the bottom to the top saving tax money beginning in the first day of 2023. So $850 million in one time, $412 million in ongoing this year. Now the new bracket works so that the first $2,500 is exempt from income tax. Now that's inflated since 2000. Since 2000, there's an inflator on there, so it's around $4,500 for an individual, $9,000 for a joint filer. Creates a rate of 5.8. We've gone from 6.925 to 6.5 to 6.0 to 5.8 in the last 2 years. And look at our coffers. I mean, maybe it's why. One could speculate. But it's good for Idahoans, obviously, especially at this time. There's a couple of funds that get funded. One fund's called the Public School Income Fund. It already exists. The money from the Idaho Endowment Fund goes in there. And the purpose of this fund is to benefit, use the word twice, benefit the beneficiaries of education. Who are they? Your kids, I think, primarily. Talks about, well, I want to point out certainly that this bill has no appropriation in here. There's no policy in here. It earmarks it, sets it aside. Some have worried, some have not worried on this point, but I have worried that this might be seen as the cherry on top of existing funding. When we go into the appropriation process, agencies, departments, they turn budgets in. They ask for new vehicles, they ask for new supplies, they're going to add a new building to something, and they budget like we do every year. Nothing changes here. We'll have agencies and education departments and so on submitting their budgets. And this money is earmarked to support that. How can this money be used? It can be used for beneficiaries, for our kids. Is this education savings accounts? Is this vouchers? Is this school buildings to relieve property tax and bonds and levies? I don't know, it can be. Been pushing for those kinds of topics for a long time. We can do things here to relieve some of the local concerns as well with the funds that are available. We often talk about property tax, what we can do to solve that problem. It comes to my committee all the time, and I keep saying, call your mayor, because we don't do property tax here. We set some mild parameters. Wow, we can do some property tax here if we wanted to, in a meaningful way. Fund students, not systems. $80 million is transferred to the In-Demand Career Fund. That's a new fund. Again, no policy surrounding that fund at all. Read the bill, it doesn't show anything. I know that in some of the discussions in the paper and elsewhere, it talks about this being if the 330 million is a K through 12 fund, then it must be that this 80 million is a higher ed fund. But I'll point out that nowhere in this bill does it say that. Again, JFAC can decide, and your committees can decide what it means to support in-demand career fund, in-demand careers with this fund. In my district on South Meridian Road, there's a lineman college, an in-demand fund. They're private. I don't need BSU to work this through. We have other ways of doing it. They'd have to go through higher ed. We have CNAs, we have nurses, we have welders, those working on CDL licenses to drive our products around, in-demand jobs, electricians, plumbers. All I can do is hope, I won't be here next year, that this is used wisely, and it's used to support these kind of in-demand careers. So there's my advice, my 2 cents worth. I hope that happens. Because this bill doesn't set priorities, doesn't tell where it's going to go, how it's going to be spent. It's up to you folks. So we've discussed good policy here, but in years past, we discussed how to fund those in years past. We know what we can do. I hope we do those things. The advisory vote is in the bill. That'll happen in November. Asking for a blessing from the population. Obviously, we're meeting here on short notice. Do we care what they think? We should care what they think. Those are my comments. I'll also stand for questions. There were no votes in committee, and I'll stand for questions. I do encourage your green light.
Is there further debate? Eight from 19.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Idaho's students and teachers have been last in the nation for too long, and we're at a breaking point. And we heard about some of those stresses in the committee hearing this morning with testimony from our education stakeholders. We know our facilities are in disrepair, classrooms are overcrowded, vacancies are hard to fill. In fact, while we were sitting in that committee hearing, I got an email from my child's school about a vacancy that they're struggling to fill. Idaho values education. We value our children, and it's time for us in this body to honor that and to do better by our schools. It shouldn't have taken those 1,000 plus volunteers and their thousands of volunteer hours and the 100,000 voters who signed on to the Quality Education Act to create the pressure to do something. But it seems that was necessary apparently to get us to wake up, and now we have our backs against the wall, and so now we have this here before us. This bill is clearly a response to and an end run around the education initiative. I've never seen a tax bill with an effective date of January 3rd. I don't think any of you have either. That is because this plan is carefully crafted to, on autopilot, undo the Quality Education Act if it passes. The Quality Education Act would go in effect on January 1st. While we are lame duck legislators and not in session, this will undo it within 48 hours automatically. That's certainly in line with a lot of efforts of this body to undermine the ballot initiative process. But this is new, and I hope we won't make a habit out of it. It certainly violates the spirit of the Idaho Constitution, which is to give voters the right to make laws on their own when they choose and go through those steps. Because our schools are so desperate and the need is so urgent, I will support this bill in the spirit of doing right by our schools, but my support is qualified, and I need to explain the several ways in which this bill misses the mark. First, a change happened, I think, in the last 24 hours that's really unfortunate. We say we're here today to address inflation, and an earlier version of this bill that was floated had an inflation adjustment so that the funds that we dedicate to education would also increase over time in the out years. It's really unfortunate that the tax pieces of this will adjust for inflation, but our commitment to kids will erode over time in this bill. That's unfortunate. Let's talk about the income tax change. This is a huge sweeping change we're making over the course of, 5-6 hours. If you go back in history, in 1931, that's when Idaho first enacted its income tax, actually in an extraordinary session, just like we're doing today. It was enacted with bipartisan support and to ease pressure on property taxes, actually. So the bill was about reducing pressure on property taxes and balancing out the way we collect revenue. And I worry, based on what we've seen, that we're actually doing the opposite here, and we have been doing it for years. We're moving away from that balance. This body keeps trimming and cutting down those income taxes and compressing the bands, but never cutting the sales tax, for example, never addressing our increasing property taxes. And so our balance, we're losing that balance, and it's harming Idahoans in ways that they're feeling and they're telling us about. In those days, from the very beginning, we had 4 bands with significant levels of income between them, and the top band paid a marginal rate that was 4 times that of that original band. And I think that's a really important piece of our history. We've always asked people who are doing really well and making plenty of income to pay a little bit larger share of their income than people who are scraping by and just making ends meet, because why would we want to tax people into poverty? I don't think we want to do that. That hurts families, that hurts kids. So embedded in that income tax structure we've always had was a value about asking people to pay a little bit more if they're doing really well. And that's what the Quality Education Act did as well. So now we're moving a large majority of taxpayers into just one band, with a very smaller group that will be in that first exempt band. And it's changing what we're saying about our values. We're saying that if you are a teacher, you pay the same marginal tax rate as the CEO. And it moves us further away from ever getting back to a balance of that. And I think the balance across our types of taxes is also important. This bill reduces the income and corporate income tax rate to 5.8%, which is less than the sales tax of 6%. That means a corporation pays a lower tax rate on its profits than working class Idahoans pay for food, for diapers, for medicines, and other basic necessities. Do those sound like Idaho values? It doesn't sound like my value. And it doesn't matter with this new flat structure. It doesn't matter if the profits are $50 million. It doesn't matter if your family's income is $5 million. You still pay the same rate as people who are scraping for every dollar and work paycheck to paycheck. You can imagine a single paraprofessional working in our schools, maybe assisting kids who need a little extra help with reading. Her ongoing tax savings under this income tax is $33 a year. Not much to write home about. Meanwhile, a corporate executive raking in $5 million a year will have an ongoing yearly savings of $10,000 a year. And this is on top of the tax cuts, the lopsided tax cuts we've been passing over the past few years. And they will both face that same marginal tax rate. If she gets a raise of $1,000, she pays the same additional income as the CPO. And why can't we ever reduce the sales tax? The people who are hit hardest by the sales tax don't get to come into this building usually. They're usually at work when we're doing our things. They don't get to come and lobby and testify, but we need to be thinking about them too, because their pocketbooks matter, and they're struggling. They're struggling with rising property taxes, rising home prices, rising rents, and everything else that we've been talking about. So that's my concern with this change to the income tax rate to cut. Let's talk about those lopsided rebates. These rebates are better than the versions that we've seen before, which came in at $50 for the minimum or $75 minimum in the last round.
Those were frankly insulting, I think, to working Idahoans. I'm really grateful to see the minimum moved up to $300 for an individual, $600 for a married couple. But then when you look at what the people at the very top are getting, it just doesn't ring fair. When you look at the middle 20% of households, they'll on average get a check for $445. The average for the people in that top percent bucket will be $6,485. That's a lot more, and that doesn't seem right and doesn't seem fair. I also want to call on us to be better at math and take the politics out of our revenue projections. We are here today in part because the legislature adopted a lowball revenue estimate. And I sit on the Joint Economic Outlook and Revenue Assessment Committee. It's not exactly a committee that draws large crowds. Maybe some of you have never even paid attention to the work that we do there. But it's really important. And all of our individual members' projections came in much higher than what we were receiving from the Office of the Governor. So we all listened to presentations, we did our critical thinking, we made our individual estimates of what would happen. And it was way out of line with what the governor's office, the numbers the governor's office was giving us. So back in January, the Office of the Governor's forecasted 3.6% growth, while the Tax Commission predicted 7.2%. And even though every member on the committee thought it would be higher than 3.6%, the committee adopted the governor's projection. If the committee had adopted the Tax Commission projection, the legislature could have put an additional $230 million to use back when we were together in January. We would have had those dollars on the table for any number of priorities, but the door was closed. I would have loved to have seen us use those dollars and put them into education then, because then the schools could have them now. All of the things that our schools are struggling with, the vacancies, the overcrowded classrooms, 40 middle school students in one class, those things we aren't going to be able to address them until next year because we monkeyed with the math, swept those dollars off the table.
Speaker.
Lady from 23.
Point of order.
State your point.
I just would like to remind the body of Chapter 13, Section 121, Number 2 of Masons. No person may indulge in personalities impugning the motives of members, etc., and would remind the good lady, please, to avoid that.
Mr. Speaker, that was not my intent.
All right, so with that admonition and reminder, please continue with your debate.
All right. Just to sum up that, the committee adopted numbers that were different than what the individuals thought the numbers would be, and now we're here today.
I think you triggered it when you said monkeyed around, but maybe that.
Thank you. Thank you. I did use the royal we.
That always makes me feel better.
Mr. Speaker, that is of utmost importance to me. On this, we hope your final day. So in sum, this bill is rolling out the same unoriginal approach that's giving me deja vu. The rebates, we've seen this design before. We've seen the income tax changes before. And when I look at this bill, I see a lopsided tax cut that feels inevitable. I throw myself in front of the oncoming train every time, and it runs me right over. It doesn't seem to make a difference, but it feels important to me to express my values and what I think we ought to be doing with these revenue dollars and the tax changes that we could be making that would really lift up working families. What's different for me today is that we have a commitment, an opportunity to really invest in education and to make a commitment for future investment in our schools. We might move up a couple notches from 51st to 49th, and that's an important step. Our work is not done, but it's critical that we do something. In a previous career, I advocated for children's issues, and I had a mentor who did similar work in a state with a similar political environment. And he used to say, you can't get anything for children unless the rich get more. And I'm sad that seems to be the truth, but I will be voting yes for our kids, and I urge you all to do the same. Thanks.
Is there further debate? Gentleman from 17.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the Treasure Valley is bursting with growth, as are many parts of our state. And what that means is more students, more facilities, and more expense for education. In fact, I checked with LSO, and this year they expect 338 more support units, which is about a $38 million increase in the budget, just for new students. In fact, they estimate a total of $56 million just for the statutory obligations of the new students and the other obligations in the budget. And this is before inflation, because obviously we know rents, groceries, everything are going up. And if the budget was increased 9% overall for inflation, that would be about a $200 million increase. Inflation's hitting us on all sides and on both ends. And so, as you can see, education needs funding just to stay, for a maintenance, stay at a maintenance level. And what are you going to do? Are you going to say, well, no, we're going to ignore the growth, we're going to ignore the rent increases, we're going to ignore the inflation in homes? Well, guess what? We learned this morning Micron is going to invest $15 billion by 2030 in a big facility here in Boise. And that's going to bring more people, mean more schools, more students, and more expense. And that's just what's going to happen. And even if you don't like that, there's nothing you can do about it. It is what it is. And voters know that growth is costing us money. Voters know this. In Valley View, in Middleton, in Rari, in Coeur d'Alene, a majority of voters voted in favor of higher property taxes for schools. They didn't reach the threshold that is required, the supermajority, but a majority did support that. People know what's going on out there. The Department of Education, in fact, has just submitted its budget, and it is going to be even higher because some of the federal funding has been spent, and now some of the general fund is going to have to be used to replace it. We have no choice but to support education, support the future of our kids, support and somehow get more teachers in our schools, and to support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For further debate. Gentleman from 22.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to me, this whole process is flawed. For 2 years, while we had a real emergency, we asked the governor to call a special session, and he wouldn't. Now we have a fake emergency, and we call a special session for political purposes. Is the bill bad? No, I think the bill's good. I like the bill. I just don't like the process. I don't like it that we, as a legislative body, get called into a special session, and the only bill we can look at is the bill that's been drafted by the governor. It's not even, you know, when we talked about calling ourselves back into session, what did we talk about? A subject. Maybe we were limited to that one subject. This time we're not. We're actually limited to one bill. I think that the openness and the discussion needs to be much more broader than what this bill allowed. Is it a good thing to give a tax break? Yes. Is it a good thing to fund education when you got a $2 billion surplus? Yes. But when we draft a bill, in my opinion, and I realize the Attorney General doesn't agree with my opinion, that this is this is two topics in this bill. And we all say it because everybody says, well, let me talk about the tax break. I like this, I don't like that. Or let me talk about the education funding. We're all talking about two different topics. Now, if we somehow think we can string this together with, they say with a thread, and I would really like to call it's kind of like, you know, when a spider makes a web. That's about how tenuous I believe the connection is between these two subjects. And I think we as a legislature are running into extreme danger when we start allowing that type of connection. The one thing I have really appreciated when we're in this legislative body is that we have a single subject bill. We're not like the federal government where you can tax something in here and tax something in there and then blame somebody for not voting for education or blame somebody for not voting for tax breaks. That's what this bill is doing. And I think we have to be very careful with this, and yet we don't have the option. We don't have the option of doing two bills and voting on them separately because this was what the governor called us to do. And we're a separate branch of government. It's time we start acting like one and not be led around and be held captive by one branch of government. I know it sounds like I'm against the bill. I think it's good legislation. I may probably vote for it. I go back and forth because I hate the process. And here's the reason I hate the process. All last year, we had a member of this body try to call a bill out of committee. And we voted against it because, yeah, by rule, he can do it. But by rule, we thought it was bad process. This, to me, is the same thing. By rule, the governor can call us back. By rule, he can limit the discussion by topic or by bill. But is that a good process? This is not a good process, ladies and gentlemen. And we have to be very careful as we move forward that we don't adopt this type of process where we become bound by single subject or single bill, because then we have done away with our legislative process of getting input from the public, getting input between each other. And I think, you know, so often a lot of us, and our good majority leader will do that quite often. He's got a great idea, but it takes about 10 drafts before he finally gets a bill that he's ready to talk to us about, because you're getting different inputs, because you're getting different ideas. This process doesn't allow us to do that, and I think it's very dangerous if we continue down that path. And so I would urge you to be very cautious. Those of you who are leaving don't have to worry. Those of you who are coming may have to. And those of us who might be staying or might not will have to deal with this process. And I think, to me, it's scary that we're in this situation where we may be forfeiting our public and legislative branch process in going this route. So with that, Mr. Speaker and ladies and gentlemen, I won't take any more of your time, but I just felt like I needed to tell you what I really think, which I normally don't, but it's good legislation, and I'll probably vote for it just because you got me in a corner.
Mr. Speaker, the irony of me standing after the good gentleman from 22 isn't lost, but in a nutshell, I would like to simply say what he said. Seriously, I've been challenged by this process. I was personally excluded from the process. I'm not certain that that sits well and that's an appropriate way to conduct public policy. I would have loved to have seen conversation about some of the other options. I know in my district people have been screaming about property tax relief. There were ideas that would have given a property tax holiday that I think would have gotten the attention of the citizens of Idaho much more readily than what we're addressing now. But the merits of the policy are one thing, but again, like the good gentleman from 22, I don't think this is good policy to be limited in the manner in which we have been in this situation. For me, I would sign on to and vote for a flat constitutional equal protection under the law flat rate tax any day of the week. I don't have a problem with that. I think that giving people back their money is a good thing, especially when we have near $2 billion. But I think that we need to be mindful of the process and make sure that it's working and including all the people's elected officials. Thank you.
Gentleman from 3.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to stand up and say I agree with both the gentleman from 21 and the gentleman from 22. They made very good points. That those are things that we need to consider. America is in a recession. Now, Rush Limbaugh famously said, whoever defines the language wins the argument. So there's some debate about what actually defines recession. Well, over 50 years ago, when I was in economics in college, that's kind of weird to hear yourself say over 50 years ago. It's kind of, yeah. Anyway, over 50 years ago, when I was in college, they said a recession is when the gross domestic product does not increase for 2 consecutive quarters. And at the time, I thought that's kind of a weird definition, but that's been the definition for that long and since before then. Now we're debating about whether or not we're actually in recession. Actually, I like what former President Reagan had said. He said, a recession is when your neighbor loses his job. A depression is when you lose yours. Well, the question we need to consider as a body here is, where is this economy going? We've had 2 quarters where the gross domestic product did not rise. Where are we going from here? I happen to believe that it's headed downward for a variety of reasons. Fuel, there are some things, there are some indicators that are really frightening. Another thing about being able to get up here and say, go back and look 50 years, I've seen a lot of things happen. I lived through the Carter years. I lived through some things. I've seen these things happen. And we're going down a road that's been traveled before, and it doesn't end well. And so as a deliberative body, we need to look at what can we do. For one thing, inflation is taxation without representation. Actually, this nation fought a revolution over that. Interesting, but that's exactly what it is. And we're talking about the effects of inflation on our education system. It affects everyone, and we're all being taxed. And that's why this tax portion of this bill is tremendous. I love that part of this bill. It's necessary, and we need to do what we can do to help our constituents. I get calls about property taxes. Taxes is a big deal, and it's going to continue to get worse, and inflation is robbing us all blind. Another thing you have to say when you say over 50 years is I'm old, retired, semi-retired, I guess. And anyway, inflation's robbing my retirement. And there's really not a lot you can do. I still work some, so I can adjust things. But the reality is, this is hurting us all. And so we need to look at where we're headed. And there again, I think this is kind of a frightening area we're going down. The thing that bothers me about this bill is that take $410 million and put it in a bucket for education. We did not need to do that now. I agree that it's not a single subject bill with this, but we did not need to do that. We could look at that next year. Once we put that in that bucket, then we can no longer access it. One of the things I really like about this legislature and what we've been done over the years was set aside money for a rainy day fund for times just like this, when the economy may not go the way we'd like to see it go. So in that light, I think it would make sense, I wish we could have just passed the tax portion of this, waited on education till next session for the new legislature, and actually considered those things then. Because once it's in that bucket, everybody says we could use it for various things, and that's true, and you don't know what the legislature's going to do. But that frightens me a lot. We're talking about enrollment in schools. Coeur d'Alene School District, Coeur d'Alene, Kootenai County has grown exponentially, and enrollment is flat in the schools. Now we've got some things about critical race here. We've got reasons why people are losing some confidence in the schools. And that's not really a debate for here because that's a subject other than taxation, which is what we were supposed to be here for. But at any rate, I think that it's too bad that we couldn't have split these bills. I would have loved to have seen 2 votes. And I think the tax portion is good, and I agree with the gentleman from 22. I really don't know how I'm going to vote on this. The tax portion is good, and the education portion is not good. And so sometimes we're faced with that, especially with a 2-subject bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Lady from 1.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to make a motion to suspend House Rule 54. And if I can speak to my motion.
Is there a second? All right, so while people are looking up House Rule 54, this will require, it is debatable. It will require 2/3 of the body to change your rules on the fly.
Mr. Speaker, if I may testify?
You have the floor to debate.
Thank you. And if I may, I would like unanimous consent to just read the rule. It's super short.
It's the rule. You can read it without consent. Go ahead.
Thank you. So, division of question, House Rule 54. Any member may call for the division of a question if it comprehends propositions so distinct that one or more, sorry, I had a pop-up. That one or more substantive proposition shall remain, but no bill, resolution, memorial, or or Senate amendment to any House bill or proposition shall be divisible. If a question be divided, the portion thereof shall be voted on separately, the same if it had been offered alone. And so what that bill says is that we can divide bills when they need divided. If we don't want to vote on the whole thing, we can vote on them separate. And these are 3 separate topics, as we've heard over and over again. The problem is, I guess it shouldn't be a problem. Our Constitution is super clear on this issue. Article 3, Section 16 says unity of subject and title. Every act shall embrace but one subject and matters properly connected therewithin, which subject shall be engrossed in the title, and it goes on. So our Constitution should be the most superior law. And the superior law, it says we should only have one topic for one bill. Now, we heard testimony in committee that people felt uncomfortable, like we're starting to cross a line here. Well, maybe that's because the legislature didn't write this bill. The executive branch wrote this bill. If we allow our authority to be delegated to the governor, what are we really doing here? If that is a job of the governor to write our bills for us, and we just kind of rubber stamp them, I'm sorry, the man on the second floor, and we just rubber stamp them. So I think the problem may be that the executive branch is maybe unclear what the Constitution says, one topic per bill. So Mason's rule is really clear on this. It's really easy to do. We just have to take a vote, and 2/3 of the body has to vote in favor of that. So I guess where we're running into the problem is our House rule. So our House rule is actually in violation of the Constitution. So I'm asking that we suspend this House rule, and then we just divide this so we can vote on the school portion, the income tax rebate portion.
Mr. Speaker, point of order here.
Point of order. Go ahead. State your point.
Is this a debatable motion?
I'm just presenting
But
my
it's
bill.
not.
But I can still present.
Excuse me. While you have your rule books open, go to Rule 53. And the motion to suspend rules is non-debatable, so please take your seat. Is my interpretation correct, Madam Clerk? Yes, okay. All right, so we have a motion properly before us. Gentleman from 13.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could we ask for an inquiry, a parliamentary inquiry, on the ruling of 54, if it is necessary that 54 has to be suspended in order to divide a question?
The House will be at ease.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
in session is brought to you by Union Pacific Foundation, Boise State University School of Public Service, Idaho State Broadcasters Association, Idaho Cable Broadband Association, Association of Idaho Cities, University of Idaho James A. and Louise McClure Center for Public Policy Research. Additional funding provided by the Friends of Idaho Public Television Endowment.
The House will be in order. Prior to going at ease, the House was in the 7th order of business, and we were debating House Bill number 1. There is a motion before the body to suspend the House Rule 54 that deals with division of questions. It is non-debatable under Rule 53. So since we're all in our seats, the clerk will unlock the machine, and the members will cast their votes on the motion to suspend Rule 54. Keep in mind it requires 47 votes or 2/3 of the body for passage. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will record their votes. Does any member wish to change his vote? The clerk will lock the machine and record the vote on the motion to suspend Rule 54. The vote count is 22 in favor with 48 against. The motion has failed. Debate is open on House Bill number 1. Is there further debate? Gentleman 34.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll give you 3 reasons to vote against House Bill number 1. Number 1, the process is flawed. Legislation should not be driven by the office on the second floor, and a proclamation made says that we are limited to one subject. You cannot limit it to one RS. There's precedence on this. Prior gentlemen on the second floor have tried to limit it to one RS, but have actually seen those RSs be changed and adjusted. So the idea that we are here just to consider an RS and nothing else is a flawed idea. However, it's working that way because committee chairmen have locked down the process. I know of at least 3 other RSs that have been produced and ready to present in committee that have been denied committee presentations. One reduces the sales tax. Another RS provides a bigger income tax cut to 5%, has the same rebate, but does not do the work of the Appropriations Committee and says, we'll leave the education spending piece to the next legislative session.
Gentlemen, we're going to debate the bill in front of us, not the ones that could have been. So
that's my point.
A quick reference of what maybe have been, I'll allow, but any elaboration, it's not about the bill.
Fair enough. My point is that legislation doesn't exist exactly because of the flawed process.
Okay.
So the process is broken in that a properly running legislature should consider any and all options, should consider adjustments to those options, and all sorts of other ideas. There are lots of ways to tackle this issue where families are hurting from inflation. Families can be taxed out of their homes. Property taxes are going through the roof. And there's other ways to tackle this problem besides the one option which we've been presented here. The process is also broken in the fact that it was just in the last 24 hours that the RS mentioned in the gentleman on the second floor's proclamation was changed. And so literally in the committee hearing a couple hours ago, you saw this new RS being handed to committee members as they were to consider it in that very meeting, seeing it for the first time in its new form. That is not how good legislation is made. I'll give you a second reason to vote against this bill: substance. The substance of this bill, yes, we are trying to return the overcharging of tax collections from households and from businesses, and we ought to do that. A $500 million rebate is just barely a fourth of the amount of the surplus we have. The ongoing income tax reduction is $161 million, which is a tiny fraction of the ongoing structural surplus that we're seeing every year. We hear time and again that Idaho balances its budget. Well, we really don't. As the good lady from 19 mentioned, year after year, we have tax collections over and above projections because we have a structural budget surplus where we're collecting more taxes than the government needs in order to do its operations. What we ought to do is cut the tax rates. Property taxes, we could change that for local and county governments. We could change the sales tax rate. We could change the income tax rate by even more. Going down to 5% would be $806 million. Still, only a fraction of the surplus we have, but at least it would get us closer to an ongoing balanced budget instead of an ongoing surplus budget. The other substance in this bill is the education spending. And yes, everyone's calling it the education spending component, and at the same time trying to say it's a tax issue. Well, we are committing $410 million ongoing from sales tax revenue. And by the way, sales tax revenue is typically divided up by percentage, that some percent goes to local, some percent goes here. But this is one of the few categories of sales tax that's going to be decided by a dollar amount. What happens when there's a recession and sales tax revenues drop? $410 million every year is committed. That could overpower the other portions of the sales tax. Local governments who get sales tax revenue sharing ought to be very worried about that component. If that sales tax revenue drops, local governments are going to be the ones who feel that pinch. I don't think the education component ought to be in here at all. In fact, it doesn't even take effect till fiscal year 24, and in between we'll have a legislative session. In other words, we are here deciding essentially an appropriation issue that the next legislative session will decide. That's not a good way to do legislation. The next legislative session ought to be deciding the appropriations for the following fiscal year. We shouldn't be appropriating for years and years on out from the 66th legislature. So the substance of this bill is really lacking, and I want to point out, too, that it's been said that the education component is paltry compared to the income tax cut. I argue it's not. The one-time rebate of $500 million and the ongoing $161 million of income tax cut in 2 years amounts to about $820 million. In 2 years, the education component adds up to about $820 million. Then ongoing, every year from there, the education component overpowers the tax cut. The education component of this will be far larger than the relief given to households from this bill. The substance of this bill is flawed. Reason number 3 to oppose it is the bad precedents we are setting today if we pass this. Number 1, we are letting a lobby group run an initiative and let that drive the legislative process because somebody might be worried about whether or not that initiative passes. You can expect every cycle to see that lobby group and other lobby groups try and drive everything that happens here because they know that they'll have an executive or a legislative branch who is afraid of a proposition passing. It's going to set a precedence for doing that over and over again. And the last bad precedence we're setting is it is clear that this bill has 3 subjects in it. It has a tax cut, it has a spending component, and we've all been calling it that, and it also has a ballot question. There are clearly 3 subjects in this, and so now we are going to set the precedent, and they'll look back at the 66th extraordinary session and say, you know what? That bill had 3 subjects. This bill ought to pass because it's only got 2 subjects. So today, we all raised our hand and swore to uphold the Idaho Constitution. This bill actually clearly violates Article 3, Section 16 of the Idaho Constitution, in my opinion, and I think we ought to shy away from that kind of bad precedence. So 3 good reasons to vote no on this. A reason to vote yes on something else is we can do massive tax relief, leave the appropriation to the next legislative session, and do what's best for Idaho households. There are lots of other ways to help them. We cut gas taxes, sales taxes, property taxes. Let's do it.
Further debate? Lady from 11.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Motion to amend.
Excuse me?
Motion to amend this bill.
So you're moving the bill to general orders. And there is a second by the lady from 35. This is I'm pretty sure this is a debatable bill, since we've done this one before, multiple times. Debate's open on the, does the lady care to defend her motion? You have the floor.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In light of what we've been hearing today, what we heard during the committee, and the emails that I'm getting from my constituents, I don't feel comfortable with voting on a bill in this manner, and I don't think many of us feel comfortable in voting on a bill in this manner. So I think it's fair to send it to the amending orders or general orders to be able to work out a better mechanism to be able to vote on the things that our constituents want us to be voting on, and to be able to not rush things through, and giving the people a chance to be able to come and speak and prepare to come and speak in front of the committee, to be able to say their mind and their piece in regards to what they're experiencing and what they want to see happen. And so I just feel that it's in the best interest of the body to be able to approach this in a different manner. Thank you.
Is there further debate on the motion to send House Bill 1 to general orders? Gentleman from 13.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the lady from 11 yield to a question?
The lady yield.
Lady yields.
Lady yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And good lady, do you serve on the germane committee that this came through this morning?
I believe the gentleman knows.
I don't. I'm trying to look it up online right now, and I haven't found it yet.
Are you on rev and tax?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Follow-up question, Mr. Speaker.
Lady yield further. Will the lady yield?
No.
Lady doesn't yield.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the chairman of the committee yield to a question then?
Will the gentleman from 21 yield?
He yields.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good gentleman. Was there a motion made in committee to send this bill to general orders, or was the motion made to send it straight to the floor?
There is, Mr. Speaker, there is a traditional motion made to send this bill to the floor with a due pass recommendation.
Follow-up, Mr. Speaker.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good gentleman. Was there any discussion in the committee or an attempt to send this to general orders by the germane committee?
Gentleman 21.
There was not. There was angst expressed on these kinds of topics, but there was no discussion of sending this to the amending order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there further debate on the motion? Gentleman from 21.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, certainly I find this motion hostile to the bill. We've gone through the process this morning in both the introductory hearing and in the full hearing. We had an ample opportunity to discuss the bill, to discuss the options, to do things with it. I might say in the introductory hearing, when the bill doesn't exist yet, there is almost no end to what a committee might do to this kind of a bill if they chose to. They could say, I want to send this bill to be introduced, such and such a bill, replacing sections 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, added with the following words, right? And completely replace it. And we could vote on that motion in the introductory hearing. That didn't happen. We discussed the introduction. We discussed the RS. There was a simple motion made, and a simple motion passed. I will reiterate what I said in my opening statement. There were no votes in committee today.
Is there further debate on the motion to send House Bill 1 to general orders? Lady from 35.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman from 21 stand for a question?
The good gentleman yield.
Yes, happy to.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm just curious how long the committee members had to look over the RS. Did they have a few days, hours? I'm just curious.
Number 21.
Thank you for that. So the an RS typically appears that morning in your packet. It's private property. We open the packet and there it is. Not this time. This RS has been out in the public domain on the website for days and over a week. There was one minor change of one line, 1% we removed, I guess, late yesterday. But 99.9% of this bill, this RS, has been in the public purview for over a week.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there further debate? Good lady from 1.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to debate in favor of the motion. I think the only thing being hostile here is the hostility to our Constitution. Our Constitution is super clear.
Good lady's painting with a broad brush there. So not everyone agrees with
I said
my
I
interpretation.
think. I said I think.
Okay.
Right?
All
I
right.
think the only one being hostile here is being hostile to our Constitution.
Okay.
There was some comments about hostility and amendments. I don't know why other people may or may not want to send it to the amending order, but the reason I want to send it to the amending order is because I've taken an oath to the Constitution, and the Constitution is super clear on putting more than one topic into a bill. That's what I always tell my constituents all the time, is how Idaho is different. They're like, isn't it hard to read all those bills? And I say, actually, Idaho's a little different because our bills are usually 1 or 2 pages long. And this bill is a little longer than that, but we have more topics. And that's why I think people are tired of politicians in Washington, D.C. because they get these big packets of bills. So by sending this to the amending order, we can separate it out into 3 different distinct topics, which it is. I'm willing and prepared to vote on every topic. I have no changes to any of them. I'll take each piece as they will. But I am bound to uphold the Constitution. If we start slipping when it comes to the Constitution, it's just like sin. Just a little bit here and a little bit there, and pretty soon, you don't even recognize yourself anymore. And I think that's what citizens get tired of with politicians. We say, well, just this one time we're going to violate our Constitution and we're going to put these together just to get out of here quicker, to make the man on the second floor happy. But I remind you, once again, if that man on the second floor wants to write legislation, he maybe want to run for a different office. We are the legislator. It is our job to follow the law, to write the law, to follow the Constitution, and to make sure that our bills we present follow the Constitution. This bill is in violation to our Constitution with different topics. And it'd be very simple. And we say, oh, I wish it wasn't like this. I wish it wasn't like that. If we don't exercise our power, somebody will exercise that power for us. And it is our man on the second floor that is trying to exercise our power. We do have the power to separate this out into 3 bills. It would be very simple. It might take an extra hour or 2, and I know we all want to leave, but we've all traveled quite a ways to come down here. I'd rather do it right and do it legally than just get the thing passed through. So I'm asking you to vote yes to send this to the amending order and to just separate out these 3 topics, and then we just do a vote on those 3 topics.
Is there further debate? Lady from 23.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a point of order. It's not my understanding that we can generate new bills in general orders. It's amending a single bill. Is that accurate?
I believe that's accurate. Is there further debate? Hearing none, then the debate on the motion is closed. The question before us is, shall we send House Bill number 1 to general orders? Ring the bell. Everybody is in. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will record their votes. Does any member wish to change his vote? The clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. The vote count shows 13 in favor with 57 against. The motion has failed. Is there further debate on House Bill number 1? Gentleman from 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's get this set up here. I think that most of us would agree that we want this bill to pass. With that said, make no mistake, we are being railroaded. I have an August 2020 letter from the Attorney General that specifically states that we have the authority to exercise our legislative authority, notwithstanding whatever the proclamation of the gentleman on the second floor has to say. We're not bound by that proclamation. That's the Attorney General saying that. There's no question but the gentleman on the second floor shouldn't be writing tax bills. Legislation shouldn't be, we shouldn't be rubber stamping the gentleman on the second floor's bills. We do have the authority to fix this. We just don't have the will to fix this. And I'm not going to stand in front of that locomotive. Thank you.
Further debate. Lady from 35.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to be here to represent the people that have contacted me, as many others have stated, and I'm sure many of you have received calls and concerns from your constituents as well. I'm here to do the right thing for the citizens, and it is right for us to have tax relief for our citizens. We earlier attempted, as has been mentioned, to get some property tax reform, which is the number one thing I'm hearing from my constituents. Also have heard a lot about food tax repeal. That would be an immediate help to our citizens. And they are suffering. We know that. And I think it's going to get worse, sadly. As has been mentioned also, we are here at the call of the gentleman on the second floor. And he said that we are here, he's calling the extraordinary session to address the crushing impacts of historic inflation. Do you seriously in your heart and soul believe that this is going to help these citizens right now with the inflation? $300, $600? It's not enough. It's really not enough. I know we could do much more. I wish that we could separate these topics. Doesn't look like that's going to happen because I do believe that it's setting a dangerous precedent. So I just implore you to think about the citizens in your districts, the challenges that they have right now, the heavy burdens of taxes, and that we can give them relief now. And I just appreciate your thoughtfulness on that. Thank you.
There further debate. Lady from 9.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And fellow colleagues, I absolutely do not like this bill in any way, shape, or form. I think this bill and this entire process is very, very disrespectful to our Constitution, to our voters, to our taxpayers, and to the incoming class. We are telling them we do not trust them to make decisions, and we don't want to listen to their ideas on what they think about school funding. There clearly is no emergency on school funding when the date is that far out, as we heard the gentleman from District 34 say. I do believe this bill is unconstitutional. I read the Constitution quite literally. When it says we cannot mix subjects, we cannot mix subjects. We cannot make a special pot of money for education and not say it is a policy. It's not constitutional to do this. I take my oath extremely serious. To me, it is a very serious offense to break that oath. Our schools, as you well know, received a lot of money this last couple of years from us and from the federal government. I'm sure you all received a letter from the big business lobby saying that under our current governor's tenure, The schools have received a 75% increase in those few years. And now we want to dump more money into this. All of the alternative RSs have been stopped. They were never given a chance whatsoever. Because, why? They're not the second floor's bill. Now, people are begging for property tax relief. All of you know that. All of you have heard from them. My current district in Adams County, the county commissioners there so far have received 40 phone calls from 40 property tax owners who say there is no way they can pay their property tax bill in December. Adams County is a very small county with a very small population. Multiply that across this entire state. That is the real emergency here, is the property tax. So in response to that, I wrote an RS because we have this large pot of money, and instead of going to the schools, I felt it should go to the property tax owners. It's the same amount. It also included a drop in the income tax rate and to flatten it with the same exact date. We are a separate branch, and we haven't acted like it for a very, very long time. I am ashamed that we are acting like Congress, that we are acting like we're an agency of the second floor instead of a separate constitutional branch. And I will be voting no.
Is there further debate? Lady from 14.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, to debate the bill. Ladies and gentlemen, there have been a lot of numbers that have been discussed today. And I want to add a few numbers to that list of numbers that we're discussing. In terms of education, now there's one number that I would dare say there's not a single adult Idahoan that would not quote this number to you, that we are 49th or 50th in our spending per pupil. And that has gone on for, not recently, but for decades. And there's a reason for that. We're a small state with a small budget, with a lot of kids to educate. And I'm proud of that. But there is something we can be very proud of that tops that 49th and 50th number. One of those numbers is 55. 55%. We spend a historic number this last year, 55% of our state budget. Do you know that that is about 6th in the nation, last time I checked, of all 50 states, the percent of our state budget that we dedicate to education? 6th in the nation. That's not a number that we talk about. Here's a few other numbers that we don't talk about. NAEP scores, National Assessment of Education Progress, kind of the gold standard in terms of education and assessment. Most experts on education would use NAEP scores to compare not only our nation to other nations, but state to state, and even district to district. We use NAEP numbers. So here are a few NAEP numbers that I think don't get hardly the play that they should in the press and among our constituents, and that is our fourth graders, 17th in the nation in terms of their math achievement, 12th in the nation in terms of their reading. Our fourth graders are reading 12th in the nation. How about 18? The number 18, that's our 8th graders' reading scores. 20th overall in terms of achievement. 16th overall in the improvement of student achievement. Now, why isn't that making the headlines? Why isn't that what we're focusing on? We are allowing a narrative, and we're furthering that narrative today, that we are 49th or 50th, and we have to get out of that place or nothing's happening in education. I would say that there is not a correlation between what we are spending and what we are getting in terms of our education results. If that were the case, New York and Washington, D.C., that spends 2.5 times what we do, would be leading the nation in achievement, or at least in the top 20 like we are, and that's not the case. What we need to be doing here is determining the factors that got us to these achievement numbers, and start focusing on those factors and not the red herring over here that is spending, because there is no correlation. So we are throwing good money after bad. We don't know until we drill down on the programs that are increasing this student learning. As long as we're looking at this red herring, we're not going to get any further and move those numbers. I'd suggest that one of those factors that's helping us be successful is school choice. That won't surprise you. We should be providing more opportunities for our parents to find the best educational model and fit for their child. And that happens to be by expanding school choice. You know, I feel like there's been a clarion call in our nation and in our state for parents to have a voice and a choice when it comes to the education of their children. Now, I have heard the words said today that this education funding piece of this two-part bill doesn't contain policy. There's no policy. We could say that there's tax policy, that we are addressing tax policy here, but the exact words, no policy. This education piece has no policy. We are policymakers that are not making policy here. One of the things that we hold dearest, in my opinion, and is the actual freedom that we have in this country, is based on representative governance. That has not been able to fully happen here today in this building. We have not seen representative governance. As a matter of fact, we may have seen representing the governor, the gentleman on the second floor. But this is a fundamental freedom that we value, and we have valued it so much that we have said that we want to amend our Constitution. You've joined us in saying, let's amend this Constitution, make sure that we, as the representatives of our constituents, can call ourselves back into session. That's the high value that we have placed on representative governance. That simply is not happening here today. So, in conclusion, I would invite you to focus on the numbers that really matter. Let's not pass this bill based on our education spending and that 49th or 50th, but let's come back and look at the things that are actually making a difference and pass real policy in the upcoming legislative session.
Gentleman from 32.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Great discussion today. I'm learning a lot of ideas. My feelings are evolving continually. Not that long ago, it seemed like unless you put your kids on a yellow bus and sent them to a red brick school with overcrowded teachers or overcrowded classrooms, underpaid and underappreciated teachers, anything other than that, it was a bad idea. Let me tell you about Oneida County. We're not known for much. We're one of the largest land counties in Idaho. Last I checked, we still don't have 5,000 residents. We're known for the world's best mined and produced pumice and perlite. But we're also known as Idaho's largest virtual academy. We have probably somewhere around 800 students, K through 12 in the school district, but we have around 8,000 students enrolled in the academy, virtual academy. That's up from 2,500 just 3 years ago. This is large. So when I hear that we've got a plan for growth, because we got influx of population, we got to have all these new schools, we need to also consider that there are new options that are finally becoming considered viable, and they're great. For these students that in the public school, the at church, that red brick school, that are in the margins or in the cracks, a virtual academy or some other option is a great choice. So I think that as we consider, growth and what we're going to need and planning for the future and budget set aside, we need to also consider that other options, other choices, the vouchers, and it sounds like we've hinted on that is possible, how this money can be spent. But let's not get in the yellow bus and the red brick school overcrowded classroom mentality, because things are changing and we need to allow things to change, that there are great options besides just that are helping what we really all want to do. We can talk about investment, we can talk about accountability, efficiency, effectivity. We want the students to be better educated. We're not really seeing the results. We've heard it my entire lifetime. If we just had more money, we'll get better results. The numbers really don't support that. We have more staff, we have more spending, and we pretty much have the same results. So I'd be in favor of better plans, better choices, and considering what will actually be more effective and more efficient. Thank you for your time, and Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Is there further debate? Lady from 35.
To debate for the second time.
Anyone wish to debate the bill for the first time? Gentleman from 10.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For old time's sake, I was looking forward to you calling on me as the gentleman from 12, but thank you. I wasn't planning on saying anything,
because
but
the gentleman from 9 is not blocking your number.
I have to say I agree with an awful lot of what the good lady from 14 said a few minutes ago. I think that many times our education system is overly derided based on our rank in spending. That's not what I rose to speak to, but before I speak to that, I wanted to address what the good lady said. I do think we're getting an awfully good value, but I think that we're pushing the edges of how far that value can go. I know that the good lady from 14 and others have worked hard. I've been proud in my time in this body to support school choice options. As I was growing up, I attended the only person I knew that was at some point homeschooled, at some point in private school, and at some point in public school. There weren't charter schools back then, but my kids have made up for that. We've graduated 3 from a charter school so far. And so those options are wonderful things. There is no education policy here. There is some tax policy here. But I say that because what you lose when you enable those good things is you lose in economies of scale. And one thing I've heard from the educators in Caldwell is that while they appreciate and respect the charter schools, it kind of dilutes the resources coming in. And I know that the good lady from 30 tried really hard a few years ago to make a different funding model other than the per pupil effort. And that solution, if it ever materialized, would without a doubt address a lot of that problem. And I wish the good lady Godspeed and fair winds in her continued efforts on that. But I wanted to address that first of all, and secondly, I wanted to address the constitutionality. I respect what the good lady from 9 said, and we all have an obligation under our oath of office to look at the Constitution and decide as best we can what it means independently. And if it's your conscience that you don't think that the Idaho Constitution authorizes this number of subjects, then so be it. It looks like one subject to me. It's revenue. What do we do with the revenue streams? We're going to lower it here, and we're going to dedicate it there. It seems pretty consistent to me. But overwhelmingly, we've passed bills, in fact, or proposed bills. And do I need permission to refer to old legislation that's not pending before the body?
Did it make it into law?
No.
And without objection, the gentleman may continue.
All right, thank you. For example, House Bill 470 from 2022 touched on 4 different title sections. The bill that we passed, and I know that many of you may have raised similar objections to it, the bill we passed relating to funding for the public school health insurance programs touched on multiple titles, all the same subject. I think that the case law, as far as the people in the black robes who would double check our work, is very well settled as it relates to what a single subject is. So once again, I respect each person's ability to figure out for themselves what the Constitution means, but if you're teetering on your vote on the basis that you fear that it might be unconstitutional, that's not the way the case law reads. Just plain and simply, this isn't on the line. This is well inside the line. We do, as a body, have the right to address any issue within the topic that we've been called to legislate on. So the RS that was attached defines the topic. The Idaho Constitution says that the governor gets to define the topic. Lowercase g there. So the gentleman on the second floor has defined the topic. We're not constrained to the RS, however. We don't get to set the topic, and we don't get to set the tone. There's a pending amendment to the Constitution, but for us to follow the Constitution, we must at least resign ourselves to the fact that we don't currently have that power under the Constitution to define the topic. You're entitled to be frustrated by what you have, by options that weren't presented, but as far as constitutionality, I don't see a problem at all. Thank you.
No further debate? Good lady from District 30.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with much of what the lady said from District 14, and I thank her for making those arguments. If there was ever a year that money was going to make a difference in educating our students in Idaho, it was this last year. Because the federal government put unprecedented amounts of money into the system in the last year. 87% of the third round of that funding remains unspent right now. So not only does nationally the amount of money not necessarily correlate with higher outcomes, that's true in Idaho as well. I challenge you to go to Idaho Education News Data Center and put in your district. Put somebody else in who's spending double and look at the outcomes. That was in a recent news report. There's just not a correlation. So why invest this money then? Because like the good gentleman from 10 said, it's time to change the way we fund. We're doing it in a way from the 90s. I don't pay hardly any attention to the per student amounts in Idaho because guess what? We don't fund that way. We fund on a 28-year-old system that was built for the 90s, that funds the system. And the state defines how much can go to this, that, and the other, right? The local people should be making those decisions. So if we can get this money to go into our public schools and to our students and families in ways that will drive outcome changes, I'm all for that. And I'm prepared to fight that battle in the next session. So I will be voting yes for this bill.
Is there further debate? For the first time. Lady from Juan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to bring up a few more points from my constituents, just so it's on the record. I think one of the things that concerns me about this bill is that 24
Good lady, is this your second time?
I've never testified on the bill yet.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay.
Seemed like you had.
I know.
You have the floor to continue your debate,
Okay.
your unenumerated debate.
Okay, so I want to bring up a few issues that I've had with this bill, just so my constituents know why I will be voting against this bill. One of my first big red flags on this bill is that there's 24 non-returning legislators that are teamed with the executive branch and a lot of
Mr.
Democrats.
Speaker, a point of order. Again, I just wanted to remind everybody about Mason's Chapter 13, Section 121, Number 2, and about impugning motives.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm well aware of the rules, and I did not violate the rules. I was just stating a fact that 24 of the non-returning legislators and Democrats are co-sponsoring this bill with the man on the second floor. That's just a statement. So that's how I started, if I could just finish. So that is a concern to me, number one, is that there's so many people that aren't even going to be here that the voters have said we don't, you know, they're maybe not, they didn't want them back, or they've decided their time was done. And now we have new people, a new crop of people coming in with new ideas that they represent the people, and the people have chose them. And now we're saying, no, we're going to get a few more things done with the old bunch. And that's a concern to me, just how it was worked with the man on the second floor and that. That was all done before the legislation, the final legislation was looked at.
Gentleman from 11. Thank you. Your point is well noted. We do have a tradition in the House to refer to the big G as uppercase, as the good gentleman referred to it as the gentleman on the second floor. The governor's office, little g, is a different story. So if you'll thread that needle in your debate, that would be great. Go ahead.
I wonder if I should just start back over again. Every time I get started,
Didn't say that.
Get
Go
interrupted. So let me just rephrase that in a different way. 24 non-returning legislators have teamed with the executive branch.
Gentleman from 21.
This sounds personal.
Oh my God.
24 of us who are leaving.
So the gentleman is objecting to, again, back to what the lady from 23 was.
This is, Mr. Speaker, this is common knowledge. This is the co-signers list that I'm talking about. I haven't said anything one way or another.
The conclusions that you draw from
I
that?
have not raised a conclusion. I'm just stating the fact that they have co-sponsored this with the executive branch. Is that not a fact?
That is a fact.
Thank
but the
you.
conclusion that you draw at that point,
I
that's where
haven't
you
drawn
run
a
into...
conclusion.
Yeah,
I
no,
haven't been
you-
able to finish. Thank you.
Do you think it is a good thing or a bad thing? You think it's a bad thing, so therefore you're drawing a conclusion and you're associating the 23 with that. So
Mr. Speaker,
you're
I
a
did
skilled
not-
debater, so please continue.
Thank you. I will rephrase it. So there are many good new people.
Gentleman from 32.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to remind the lady that
For an
I
objection?
am elected to represent the people of Legislative District 32 until the 30th day of November. Thank you.
Okay, so the gentleman, you've heard him. He's signed up clear till the end of November, and he's going
That's
to do
great.
his job. Go ahead.
That's very good. I'm so happy for that. Thank you. Okay, so back to my testimony. The tax rebate in itself, it's very small. I know the constituent in my districts, the issues that they have right now are property taxes. Their assessments there's been a lot of people moving into Idaho. Their assessments are high, and they're terrified they're not going to be able to pay their property taxes. So I think a property tax, a long-term property tax, or an elimination of the property tax may be a better way to use this big surplus of $2 billion. I also am concerned, well, let's see. I'm not saying anything political is going on. I'm very happy that they're getting their checks before the November election, though. I have a problem.
Be careful as you go forward on that
I'm going
subject.
forward, but I'm happy they're going to get their checks by the November election. And I just, that's all I want to say about that. And then the flat rate. Let's be clear here. The corporations will benefit. The Democrats even pointed this out. They're very happy that we're getting many of the Democrats have testified they're very happy to get the money into the schools, but at the expense of the corporations getting a big tax cut. It will help the big donors to this state, and that concerns me a bit. I would much rather see property tax. I never have people complain about their income tax, but they're always concerned about their property tax and their assessments. And then the $400 million to schools. Over the last 2 years, we've given 24% more money to our schools in the last 2 fiscal years. I do not believe that our schools need another dime until we stop teaching critical race theory, till we remove the explicit sexual content from our libraries and the books in our libraries. I don't feel comfortable giving any
Objection, Mr. Speaker. We're
All right.
rather far afield.
The minority leaders objected to you're getting too far afield, she
Can she
says.
state-
You were just about to come back, Ro, right? Go ahead.
I'm concerned how the money will be spent in our schools. Right now, when we push back as a legislative body on a policy, they seem to dig their heels in and go even deeper on that policy. We've tried to push policy that would be non-sexually explicit policy, that would be more morally standing policy, and we continually get pushback from the same schools. Now we're going to give them another $400 million. I have so many students that graduate that are just completely lost anymore. Kids these days don't know if they're a boy or a girl when they graduate from school. They're still trying to decide. And so I don't know that funding more schools until we focus on reading, writing, and arithmetic.
Objection.
All right.
Can we get, Mr. Speaker, could we get the parameters of this debate? Is this going to be everything and anything about education, or just the very specific matter here? We
Much
really
of the
could use some
debate that
guidance
we've,
here.
thank you. Much of the debate that
makes
we've
you wanna
heard
say
is
more,
probably
but
better
I'll
in
say
the
it.
next legislative session as to the strings that we may attach or may not attach to the unappropriated money that is in this bill. Now, the lady, I believe, is making, is creating a list of things she doesn't want it to be spent on, and so therefore she's opposed to it, to the, to the unappropriated amount, and so that's why I've allowed it, sir. But if we spend a lot of time on policy that may be set in a future legislative setting, then that would not be proper in the debate of this bill.
So to say it another way, $400 million to just put into a bucket for the school when we don't have that policy set up. We don't know where that money's going to go or how it's going to be spent. And I know we say we'll do it in the future, but what if we decide to go another route in the future? Or what if the next body decides to go another route? To me, putting $400 aside for an already failing school, that I do not believe that the system is broken. The system is broken in our schools. And until we fix that, I'm not willing to give them another penny until they clean up the system that they have right now. And back to the policy, I won't get into the specifics, but every single policy we try to put out of this body, we get pushback from the schools. And so I am not willing to give them any more money at this point, even though it means I'm going to vote against a tax cut. And that comes back to my original problem, is this is a violation of our Constitution. It's super clear, one topic. This is asking me to vote to reduce taxes on one hand, but then to appropriate money for schools on another hand. It's two different issues for me totally opposite issues, not even related into to a way that I feel comfortable voting one bill. And that's why our rules are set up that we can divide questions like this so we don't put people in uncomfortable positions. This puts me in an uncomfortable position to have to vote no when I like many parts of this bill. And so that's my concern with the bill. That's what I'm trying to share about my constituents. Property taxes are huge. And I really don't appreciate being interrupted every time I try to start a talk here.
And don't say objection, we'll stop. Lady from 35.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For the second time?
Yes.
Gentleman from 16.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the first time. So I actually was not planning on saying anything, but I've heard some things that I have concerns about. And so I just want to be clear for the record that and I'm pretty sure there are 69 other people with me, we're not here to do the bidding of the gentleman on the second floor. And I didn't sign on as a co-sponsor to that bill to do his bidding. I am here to represent Democrats in my district. I'm here to represent Republicans in my district. I'm here to represent independents in my district. And I'm here to represent the people who aren't voting in my district. That's why we are all here. And I take offense to the idea that anyone in here would be kowtowing to another person's desire instead of what our constituents' desires are. So I want to make sure that gets out there. Like many of you, we're used to being gone from January through March. And here we are, the first day of September. This is unusual, this is special, this is extraordinary. And so in order to be here today, we've taken time off from work. So I had to take time off from work. So I had to get a substitute to cover my classes today. We still have a shortage of substitute teachers in Boise and West Ada and the Treasure Valley and all across our states. We also had a number of teachers who were hired late and even positions that remain unfilled. In spite of this great amount of money that we're throwing at education and what are the results that we're going to see? If we keep attacking our public education system, we are not going to continue to see strong NAEP scores. We're not going to continue to see this great value that we get for our dollar right now. Yeah, we are low. We are 49th, 50th, 51st in education spending. And yeah, we are getting a good, or at least we have been getting good value for our dollar, but if we keep attacking public education, we will not continue to see those types of results. So I think we need to be really cautious. As I came in today, I was well prepared.
The gentleman from 34, for what purpose you rise?
I object. The word attacking is attributing motives to the legislative process here.
Message received, Mr. Speaker, and good gentlemen.
Mike, we have a bill before us that's very clear. We're starting to push each other's buttons. I don't know that that serves us well. So we're better than that, and so let's proceed. I apologize to the good lady for that parting shot that I did at the end there. That was in violation of the spirit of the law, as I'm trying to explain now. So it's clear what we have in front of us. Let's debate that, whether it's a good idea or a bad idea, and we can buttress whether we think it's good by short vignettes or experiences, but let's stay in the bill. Thank you. Go ahead, gentleman from 16.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll just wrap up. I came into this believing that this was a good bill, and I still believe this is a good bill. I will be giving it my green light, and I hope that you all will too.
Thank you. Is there further debate for the first time? Lady from 11.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to just throw a couple of other things out there. A lot that has been said, I agree with. The lady from 1, the lady from 30, points that I feel also, and that I'm hearing from my constituents. But I wanted to bring it back to our constituents. I think we're doing a real disservice to our constituents. I really believe that there was no agenda posted last night to be able to prepare people to be able to come and testify.
Someone has their microphone still on. I'm hearing disturbance. Is it yours? It is yours.
Can you hear me now?
We can't, but maybe you could use the gentleman from Force.
All right.
Yeah,
Hopefully
that's way
better.
better.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So as I was saying, I had constituents reaching out to me over the last few days wanting to know when they could come and testify, if testimony was being given, what the process was going to be. And it wasn't until really this morning that we really knew what we were going to be doing. Like I said, there was no agenda that I could find posted for the House nor the Senate to be able to let them know what was transpiring so that they could come in and be part of that process and testify. So I feel it's a disservice because the people are supposed to be part of the process. It's a government by and for the people. They're supposed to be part of that process. Especially because we are utilizing taxpayer money to be able to do what we're doing, and it is affecting our taxpayers in ways that are unprecedented during this time period because of inflation and the rising costs that we see going on in food and gas and property values and homes and so on. So I believe that they should be part of that process. Now, some were able to come. We were able to get the word out to our constituents to some extent, but they didn't have a lot of time to prepare nor to get here. And they were given a couple of minutes to be able to speak. What I was hearing in the committee was the majority from just the everyday people were not in support of what this bill has in it. As it's been stated, there are some good components to this bill. I am for getting rid of taxes, reducing taxes, giving money back to the people. I think we can do much better than this. I think there's several issues that I'm hearing from my constituents when I've thrown out the question to them of things that they want to see taken care of prior to income tax. And so I believe that we could do a better job, that we should be doing a better job. And I remember saying this during this last session and the session prior to that. So, but my other fear is that we're doing something now that I don't think is sustainable. I really don't believe that we can sustain what we're doing. Yes, we have a surplus right now, and that's great. But I don't believe that it's sustainable in that fashion, and that we'll be able to continue to afford what we're doing. And what does that usually do? Well, that usually ends up increasing taxes. And when we cannot sustain something, then taxes are usually increased. Even if we're told that it's just a temporary increase, that's usually what happens, and then they become permanent. So I really believe that we should be allowing our constituents more time and opportunity to be able to come in and be part of the process and testify. I believe we really need to be handling the core issues that our constituents are facing. And I think there was some great ideas that we could have entertained during this session to be able to try to address those. So I want my constituents to know that I am listening to them, that I am hearing what they're saying, that those are things that I want to take care of. We are giving a lot of money to education. We want good education. I want excellent education. I want our kids to be very well educated. But I don't believe that we are getting the payback that we're supposed to get. Yeah, we have some good numbers, but in the long run, I feel that a lot of the time we're told that this is money for the kids, it's for the teachers, it's for the classrooms, and rarely does that happen. So I don't believe that we're being honest in what we're doing, what we're selling, and I want to see that changed. Again, I think putting all this, and this bill, it says on the website that this is taxation, rebates, and education. To me, those are three separate topics. It should have been done in three separate bills. I think this puts us as a body into a position where we're having to vote for something that we may not be comfortable with, but also against something that we may like. And I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's fair in the way that it's being presented. And so I would have liked to have seen this split into three bills. And because of that, because I think we can do better, because I feel that this bill is more about giving money to education than it is about tax relief, then I don't feel that I can support it in this manner. And so I'll be voting against this bill. Thank you.
Is there further debate? For the first time, lady from 25.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the body. I think we all agree that we're facing some very serious inflationary times in the state of Idaho, and I think this is a good opportunity for Idaho to lead the way in fiscal responsibility and give that money back to our hardworking taxpayers across the state. I can tell you that I'm actually pretty proud to co-sponsor this bill. I'm proud because we worked together. We are the body that put that surplus in place. We are the body that should set it aside and give it back to the taxpayers in Idaho. I can tell you that my farmers and my ranchers in my legislative district will benefit from the ongoing flat tax relief because they fall into that top tax bracket that many of us want to put some of our businesses. We are those businesses. We will benefit. We will put those ongoing tax savings back into our rural communities and support our nonprofit institutions, our schools, our families, our churches, and so forth. Additionally, my children did go to a private school. My children also went to a public school. I think we can do more to support our public education system. In Jerome County, for example, our property taxes are going down this year. Do you know why they're going down, even though our assessed values are going up? They are going on because we brought in a brand new meat processing facility that put $80 million on our tax roll. Even though my assessed value is going up, my taxes are going to go down. Now, I can't say the same for my soon-to-be constituents in Blaine County. Some of those are going up. Additionally, this week alone, the voters in Jerome County at 69% passed that school levy. In Blaine County, 70% passed the school levy. My voters, my constituents across the board are asking for help. I think this bill, House Bill 1, does that, and I ask you to join me in pressing the green button.
Is there further debate? Gentleman from 35.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to debate briefly. My constituents in my area, when I talked to them about the $300, they were elated. They were so grateful to get a little bit of money. When I talked to them about the $600, the families that needed that said that would help us immensely. Those that get 10% of the money they paid in back, they were grateful for that. I've heard gratitude expressed for that money coming back before the end of the year. On the education spend, I was concerned about that, especially when they had the 3% increase in education on that ongoing. I was concerned. I went to the office of the governor. I don't know how many of you went there to find out how that affected the overall budget. So I asked the question. I want to see the budget for 5 years, how much cash we have in the account at the end of each year with this ongoing spend, and how's the state of Idaho going to fare after we spend this money on education. I was amazed. We did I think it was a 1 or 2% projection on income over the next 5 years from the sales tax and from income tax. We did a 5% increase in expenses over the next 5 years, and they still had over $300 million at the end of the day in their cash account. We usually budget for $200 million. When I first got here, we budgeted for $100 million. If we had $100 million left over at the end of the year, after income came in and expenses went out, we were golden. My concern was, what happens if the economy went down like it did in 2007, 2008, 2009, when this legislature had to go back in and take money back from education? What would that look like? On these projections that I looked at, we would, with our rainy day funds, we would be able to sustain our cash balances through another recession. That gave me comfort. That let me know that it's okay to spend that money and to earmark it for education, and know that we call it, and I heard it called this in the committee, we call it an investment in education. Well, I'm an investment advisor, and when I say investment, I expect a return on my investment. Idaho, over the years, has done a pretty good job of getting a return on their investment. We have some of the best children, I would bet, in all 50 states. And I would also bet that we have some of the best teachers in all 50 states. And as I've reviewed, and I've reviewed almost every income statement of every district in the state of Idaho, and I can tell you they're spending that money as thrifty as they can. They're trying to make ends meet as best they can. They have inflation going up on fuel, on salaries that they try to cover. They have inflation items on utilities. These schools I would bet that most of the money we're allocating is going to go just to cover some of the inflation costs in our systems. The investment on our return is outstanding. Our districts, superintendents do a marvelous job of managing that cash. I hear us say that we're not getting the best investment from the money. I challenge you to review those income statements. It's amazing what those business managers get done with the amount of money that they have. Now, is there fluff in that system? Probably. If I went in and as a business manager, and I looked at those income statements and balance statements, could I cut some costs out of that if I consolidated districts or I consolidated some of the other areas? I probably could. But they do a pretty good job with the cards we've dealt them. I'm elated with this bill. This is a good bill, Mr. Speaker. Let's have it pass.
Is there further debate for the first time? Good lady from District 35 for the second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it'll probably be the last time I speak. But as the debate has been going on, I've thought of just 3 more quick points. As many of you know, I work in a school district, and I do support our teachers. In the news, in our local news in southeastern Idaho, there have been 3 examples I'll just share. We've got this huge local stadium and field house that's paid for with education dollars. There's an athletic complex that's going to be built in a neighboring city. Education, they've said $2 million going to that. There's updating going on another football field. I like sports, but we're talking about teachers getting pay, and we're spending all this money on athletic complexes and stuff. To me, that is not a value for our education. I think we're throwing money at things that we should not be doing. So that's that point. As far as money going to our counties, and with our couple of my law enforcement officers have told me our counties in my district run pretty frugally, and we keep losing officers in our sheriff's office because they can't pay them. We don't have the money in our counties, and yet we have money for other things. The last point is my husband talked to county clerk, and she said that 28 people are losing their circuit breaker in our county. That's a lot of pain. I just don't think we should be going on and on. The schools, I think that we, as the good lady from 30, there needs to be a change in the funding. So that's a big reason for me to vote no. And I have really appreciated serving, and I want my constituents to know that I'll serve them till the 30th of November. Thank you.
Is there further debate for the second time? Hearing none. Would the gentleman like to? Your declaration will be noted in the journal. Is there further debate? Hearing none, will the gentleman from 21 please stand and close the debate?
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the lively debate. It sounds as though you all know what's in the bill.
Some good stuff. So with that, I'd ask for your green light. Thank you.
Thank you. Debate is closed. The question before us is, shall House Bill number 1 pass the House? So we can't vote without, we're Pavlovian. We got to have, now we can vote. The clerk will unlock the machine and the members will record the votes. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change his vote? The clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. The vote count shows 55 in favor with 15 against. House Bill number 1 has passed the House and we transmitted to the Senate. Without objection, the House will now return to the fourth order of business, consideration of messages from the governor and from the Senate. The House is at the fourth order. Now we're going to recess, correct? Gentleman from 14.
Mr. Speaker and members of the House, point of personal privilege.
You have the floor.
It is our intention now to see what happens on the Senate side. They'll go through what we went through. So I think they'll have more fun. I'd encourage you to stick around. We're not going to adjourn. We'll just stay at ease, subject to call the chair. So pay attention to what's going on, and when the time comes, or if the time comes, we'll come back. With that, Mr. Speaker, I ask you to put the House at ease, subject to call the chair.
Are there any announcements? No. The House will be, good lady from 34, placing the gavel to the mallet. Is there an announcement?
An announcement, please, Mr.
Have
Speaker.
the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm about to hit send on some facts on education spending in Idaho, historical and current. I think as we move forward with this conversation, we ought to start with the facts, and they'll be in your inbox shortly.
Thank you. The House is at ease, subject to call of the chair.
Idaho in Session is brought to you by Union Pacific Foundation, Boise State University School of Public Service, Idaho State Broadcasters Association, Idaho Cable Broadband Association, Association of Idaho Idaho in Session is brought to you by Union Pacific Foundation, Boise State University School of Public Service, Idaho State Broadcasters Association, Idaho Cable Broadband Association, Association of Idaho Cities, University of Idaho James A. and Louise McClure Center for Public Policy Research. Additional funding provided by the Friends of Idaho Public Television Endowment. in Session is brought to you by Union Pacific Foundation, Boise State University School of Public Service, Idaho State Broadcasters Association, Idaho Cable Broadband Association, Association of Idaho Cities, University of Idaho James A. and Louise McClure Center for Public Policy Research. Additional funding provided by the Friends of Idaho Public Television Endowment. Idaho in Session is brought to you by Union Pacific Foundation, Boise State University School of Public Service, Idaho State Broadcasters Association, Idaho Cable Broadband Association, Association of Idaho Cities, University of Idaho James A. and Louise McClure Center for Public Policy Research. Additional funding provided by the Friends of Idaho Public Television Endowment. in session is brought to you by Union Pacific Foundation, Boise State University School of Public Service, Idaho State Broadcasters Association, Idaho Cable Broadband Association, Association of Idaho Cities, University of Idaho James A. and Louise McClure Center for Public Policy Research. Additional funding provided by the Friends of Idaho Public Television Endowment.
Senate will come to order. The Senate was in the 9th order of business at ease, and we're back in order.
September 1st, 2022. Mr. President, I transmit here with House Bill 1, which has passed the House. McGinnis, Chief Clerk.
Mr. President.
Senator Anthony.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate now advance to the 11th order of business. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the Senate go to ease.
I will call it back to order, and we received from the House House Bill 1 and refer it to the 11th order of business for introduction.
Mr. President,
Senator Anthony.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate advance to the 11th order of business.
Heard the unanimous consent request. Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Mr. President,
Senator Anthony.
I ask unanimous consent that all bills on first reading be read by number, author, and title only, and the journal show they've been read at length.
You've heard the request. Hearing no objection, so ordered.
In the House of Representatives, House Bill 1 by Revenue and Taxation Committee, an act relating to taxation and the distribution of certain tax monies, to provide and revise provisions regarding the Idaho Tax Rebate Fund, providing for a cash transfer, relating to the individual's tax and tax on estates and trusts, relating to the tax on corporate income, to establish provisions regarding the tax on corporate income, relating to revenue received and the state refund account, to establish provisions regarding revenue received and the state refund account, to revise a provision regarding backup withholding by pass-through entities, to revise provisions regarding the distribution of sales and use tax revenues.
House Bill 1 be referred to Local Government and Taxation Committee. Senator Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate now return to the 6th order of business.
Heard the unanimous consent request. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Senate will return to the 6th order of business, reports of standing committees.
Ask that we go at ease, Mr. President.
You've heard the request. The Senate go at ease. Senate will be at ease. Who does? While we're at ease, Senator Rice.
Mr. President, is it appropriate for us to now go have our committee hearing?
Make your announcement that you'll have your hearing, please.
Members of the Local Government and Tax Committee, if we can go down right now, we're going to have our committee decision hearing on this bill.
Just so everyone knows kind of what's going on time-wise, they're going to take it down to committee. They're not going to have hearing because they had the joint hearing this morning. They'll vote on it in committee and bring it back up to us as soon as that's over. So don't get too far away.
Idaho in Session is brought to you by Union Pacific Foundation, Boise State University School of Public Service, Idaho State Broadcasters Association, Idaho Cable Broadband Association, Association of Idaho Cities, University of Idaho James A. and Louise McClure Center for Public Policy Research. Additional funding provided by the Friends of Idaho Public Television Endowment. Idaho in Session is brought to you by Union Pacific Foundation, Boise State University School of Public Service, Idaho State Broadcasters Association, Idaho Cable Broadband Association, Association of Idaho Cities, University of Idaho James A. and Louise McClure Center for Public Policy Research. Additional funding provided by the Friends of Idaho Public Television Endowment. Idaho in Session is brought to you by Union Pacific Foundation, Boise State University School of Public Service, Idaho State Broadcasters Association, Idaho Cable Broadband Association, Association of Idaho Cities, University of Idaho James A. and Louise McClure Center for Public Policy Research. Additional funding provided by the Friends of Idaho Public Television Endowment. Idaho in Session is brought to you by Union Pacific Foundation, Boise State University School of Public Service, Idaho State Broadcasters Association, Idaho Cable Broadband Association, Association of Idaho Cities, University of Idaho James A. and Louise McClure Center for Public Policy Research. Additional funding provided by the Friends of Idaho Public Television Endowment. Idaho in Session is brought to you by Union Pacific Foundation, Boise State University School of Public Service, Idaho State Broadcasters Association, Idaho Cable Broadband Association, Association of Idaho Cities, University of Idaho James A. and Louise McClure Center for Public Policy Research. Additional funding provided by the Friends of Idaho Public Television Endowment. Idaho in Session is brought to you by Union Pacific Foundation, Boise State University School of Public Service, Idaho State Broadcasters Association,
Senate will come to order. The Senate was in the sixth order of business.
September 1st, 2022, the Local Government and Taxation Committee reports out House Bill 1 and recommend that it do pass. Rice, Chairman.
House Bill 1 will be referred to the 12th order of business, second reading calendar.
Mr. President,
Senator Anthony.
I ask unanimous consent. The Senate now advance to the 12th order of business.
Heard the unanimous consent request. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Senate advance to the 12th order of business, second reading calendar.
Mr. President.
Senator Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that all rules interfering with the immediate consideration of House Bill 1 be suspended.
Mr. President, second the motion.
Good timing, Senator. Heard the motion. All rules of the Senate interfering with immediate consideration of House Bill 1 be suspended. Requires a 2/3 vote. Roll call, please.
Eigenbrod. Anthon. Bayer. Burgoyne. Burtonshaw. Cook. Crabtree. Funk. Grove. Guthrie. Harris. Hyder. Johnson. Lakey. Lee. Lent. Lodge. Martin. Merrill. Nelson. Nye. Patrick. Rice. Ricks. Riggs. Semmelroth. Stennett. Thane. Van Orden. Vick. Ward King. Winder.
Aye.
Wintrow. Woodward. Zito. Eigenbrod. Burgoyne. Crabtree. Ricks.
Roll call shows 34 ayes, 0 nays, 1 absent and excused. 2/3 having voted in favor, all rules of the Senate interfering with immediate consideration of House Bill 1 are suspended. And House Bill 1 is properly before the Senate for final consideration.
In the House of Representatives, House Bill 1 by Revenue and Taxation Committee, an act relating to taxation and the distribution of certain tax monies. To revise provisions.
President.
Senator Rice.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that further reading of House Bill 1 be dispensed with, and the journal show that it has been read at length and is before the Senate for final consideration.
You've heard the request. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Senator Rice recognized to open debate on House Bill 1.
Mr. President, House Bill 1 is a tax bill. Its intent is to provide some immediate tax relief for our citizens. We'll be taking $500 million of one-time funds that have been collected and returning them to the citizens in the form of rebates for each taxpayer. Those rebates will be a minimum of $300 per individual and $600 for the two people on a joint return. So this will be one-time relief. We'll be able to get this out quickly. One of the things that in crafting this, it's important to understand what you can get out quickly, what you can't by way of tax relief. We have more than one kind of tax, but we don't have a lot of methods by which we can get money back into the citizens' hands quickly. But we do have a developed methodology for this rebate. And that means that some of our citizens will be receiving their rebate as quickly as this month. That's important. They're not going to be waiting for 3, 6 months, 12 months like you would if we were to do something with another type of tax. Second thing is that it eliminates a significant amount of the income of our citizens from taxation. So we're going to a flat tax by eliminating the lower brackets. So we're raising the point at which income becomes taxable to our citizens. That amount, if you look at the bill, it's stated as $2,500 for an individual, $5,000 for a couple on a joint return. But that's indexed for inflation back starting in 2000. So what that really is $4,478 of income that's currently taxable that will no longer be taxable to an individual. It's $8,956 of currently taxable income that is no longer taxable on a joint return. That's significant because not one Idaho citizen will receive a tax increase in moving to a flat tax. The rate for the flat tax that top bracket will move from 6% to 5.8%. And that is something, there's some things as I've been working on bills over the last while, one of the things that was important for me to understand was rainy day funds and how you know how much to put in rainy day funds and why those levels of funds, that amount is necessary. And you learn some things about taxation when you start studying that. In downturns, when you need your rainy day funds, if you have a heavily graduated income tax, you need a lot more funds because you actually have greater volatility in your revenues. You get the same thing if your tax rate is too high. But with a relatively low flat tax income tax, you will have less volatility even in downturns on the revenue stream from income tax. And that's going to be something that this state benefits from this change. It's going to help in making sure our schools stay funded. It helps make sure that our rainy day funds really are sufficient for what we will need in downturns. That's something that sometimes just gets glossed over when you start talking about this. This also is heavily weighted to the highest tax relief goes to the lowest incomes. You can't give someone more than 100% tax relief. If you try to, it's a dole. But when we make additional income not taxable, we have literally given the highest rate of tax cut to the lowest incomes. And this bill does that. The other thing it does is it creates an addition to the distribution formula of the sales tax. $410 million. The sales tax distribution puts it in a bucket for use, $330 million for K-12 education, $80 million for workforce development. That only designates it, but it creates the diversion from the sales tax and the dedication of that portion of sales tax to those purposes. It does not spend it. It leaves that to the incoming legislature. This bill gives relief to our citizens now, but it leaves a lot of policy decisions with revenue to the incoming legislature. We have a revenue stream that's driving our surplus that's about $785 million that we're using a portion of for this bill. We still leave significant funds ongoing for the next legislature, and we should. This gets relief now. It makes significant minor changes, leaves significant policy changes and funds to the next legislature. Leaves $1.5 billion is our current projection of one-time funds for the next legislature. That's respectful of them while still giving relief to our citizens. They may want to do something different. They may want to do something additional. They will have that ability because of the way we're doing this. But our citizens will get significant assistance in the short term in dealing with inflation and the problems that they're facing in their family budgets as a result of the economy. With that, Mr. President, debate is open.
Debate being open, is there further debate?
Mr. President?
Senator Warren Eagle King, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, though there are things in this bill I would love to change, I am supporting House Bill number 1. For me, it comes down to two things. Number one, our families, our working families, need immediate help right now to address rising gas prices and the price of groceries. And number two, our children and grandchildren need an education system that will allow them to compete in a global economy. And this bill by no means gets us where we need to be. We've dug a pretty deep hole when it comes to education spending. We've been last in per pupil expenditures for far too long. 70% of our traditional public schools did not even receive a good rating for facilities. We would need to invest $378 million just to bring them up to a status of good, not state of the art, but good. Our classrooms are overcrowded due to record growth, yet many school districts cannot pass a bond or a levy because of our skyrocketing property taxes. Over 15% of our school districts have gone to a 4-day work week. Not because, some of them have made it work for them, but they didn't go to a 4-day week because they thought 5 days were too many. They went to a 4-day work week for kids because that's what they could afford. We have hundreds of positions going unfilled in our schools. And so while this bill does not fill the hole we've created in education spending, it's a good first step and one that we desperately need right now. I'm hopeful that as we move forward, we'll take some of the surplus that's still left and that we'll look at how to best spend that for projects that are going to be generational, that will help our children and our grandchildren in years to come. One of those I'm hoping we take a look at is facilities funding. Property tax is not the way to do this at this time in our state. We've got to come up with a better solution. We're going to need hundreds of new schools if the growth continues that we're seeing right now. So, our children are counting on us to give them all the opportunities that children in other states have. And so I'm asking you to vote for this, but to think and realize that this is not the end all. We're not done. We have more work to do. Thank you.
Is there further debate?
Mr. President.
Senator Stinnett.
Mr. President, debate the bill.
Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Senators, there are many parts of this bill today that should concern Idahoans, and they deserve an explanation. Yes, Idaho has a $2 million surplus, which is the gift and the responsibility that we are entitled to maximize the benefit to the people. So are what we doing here doing that? Let's be clear, many hard-working Idahoans will receive some refund if this passes. But again, the greater majority goes to those who are well-heeled and corporations. We are not adequately giving our citizens property tax relief, competitive wages, housing, grocery tax relief, All of these they have demanded from us. Page 1, line 32 and 33, in the language, in the intent, finding, and intent, blames Washington, D.C. and the accumulated gross national debt for why we're here today. Part of the reason Idaho has a record surplus is because the state agreed to take federal money from the CARES Act, from ARPA, and the infrastructure package. Idaho taxpayers deserve to have their federal tax dollars returned to them for assistance, infrastructure, commerce, and education. But to assume Idaho is not a beneficiary of funding that exacerbates the national debt is disingenuous. It is disappointing that the education component of this bill lost the 3% ongoing that we saw earlier. Contrary to the language of the bill implying that this education on page 1, lines 41 and 42, says it makes the needed investments in education, which is incorrect. We are 49th in the nation in school facilities maintenance needs. Some of our kids are in unsafe buildings. We have 89 out of 115 school districts require some form of additional property tax support in order to function. A report from the Idaho State Board of Education has identified at least 700 public school teacher vacancies. It is because of dire education needs and my unwavering support of the students and of our teachers that I will reluctantly vote for this bill. But because of there's being so much confusion, I feel like that Idahoans should know more about the content of this bill. The full force and effect of this bill is on January 3rd, 2023. The education initiative succeeded to be before the voters this November because of tens of thousands of Idahoans signatures exercising their constitutional right in the initiative and referendum process. If the initiative stays on the ballot and passes, because the start date is January 1st, 2023, this bill nullifies the initiative. However you feel about that, voters should know that. I'm told tax refunds are projected to go out immediately in September if this passes. The education component of this bill goes before next year's legislature for disbursement in 2024, which is another frequent question that I've gotten from the public. The final piece of this bill is that Idahoans deserve to understand, because it is a rare, not well-defined, unnecessary, and unchartered addition, is the concept of an advisory question, which would be immediately added to this November's ballot. An advisory question asks the voters to give their opinion, agree or disagree, on the performance of state government. Sounds good, right? However, an advisory question is non-binding, has no teeth, gives voters no power, and its purpose here is perplexing. So if tax refunds are already dispersed to Idahoans before November, voters may be misled to believe that by voting yes, they will receive more money. Or voters may loudly express their opinion on education, but the advisory question gives them no power. It is a non-binding opinion. The combination of all that I have outlined shows optically and literally interference in voters' rights. There are no clear rules, and the public's voice in all of this should not be meaningless. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further debate?
Mr. President.
Senator Burgoyne.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, this bill's a piece of sausage with things I like and things I don't. But when the debate is over, I expect to vote yes. I'm going to talk about the things I like, and I'm going to talk about the things I don't. But I'm going to go through in order. And when I'm done, it's going to sound like I dislike this bill more than I like it. But the two things that I really do like about it are very important things. And they outweigh the rest. I'm going to start with the statement of legislative findings and intent. To begin with, there is a statement that Idaho should be, essentially we should be proud of our structurally balanced budget. The reason we are here today is because we do not have a structurally balanced budget. We have a huge surplus. We are not in balance, and our surplus means we're not structurally balanced. How did we get here? Well, it's a combination of things. One of them is that we have historically underinvested in education. And that's not a surprise to anyone. We talk about that. And we generally recognize that that is the case, although there are people, I think, who would disagree with that. The other thing in the findings that we need to recognize is that, as the senator from 26 has pointed out, some of this surplus is coming from federal funding. And that makes this language in the statement of findings and legislative intent, I think, troublesome. The legislature further finds that in stark contrast with the federal government and many of Idaho's sister states, the state of Idaho has maintained a structurally balanced budget. We can take a swipe at the federal government, and we can take a swipe at our sister states for how they manage their budgets, but you know, the fact is that we are able to rebate some funds here to the taxpayers of this state, and in some cases to people who don't pay taxes, because of that federal money. We are complicit in that, and while I understand many of you have made that point to me over the years, that we are complicit in that, and we shouldn't be complicit in that, the fact is that the majority of votes on this floor and in the body across the rotunda have, over the years, accepted a great deal of federal funding. I don't think it speaks well of us to take a swipe at our sister states and the federal government in that fashion and then turn around and say, and we're going to make some use of that by making ourselves look good. Moving on to the rebate. The lion's share of the previous rebate went to the wealthy. I think the rebate in this bill is better because it provides somewhat more of its benefits to the middle class. And I have distributed to you a packet with a chart right on top from the Center for Fiscal Policy that bears that out. The middle class is going to do better under this bill than it did under the last rebate bill. And that's good, and I like it as far as it goes. Unfortunately, lower-income Idahoans still don't get enough, only between $334 to $369 on average, and 41% of the rebate benefits go to those with incomes over $156,000. And that points up a problem with the bill. And, you know, it doesn't turn me against the bill, but it's a problem, and that is that we're calculating the 10% portion of the rebate, 10% of your 2020 tax bill, on the basis of your income tax liability, when a great deal of the surplus is coming out of sales tax. And there are people who pay sales tax who do not have an income tax liability and don't even file income tax returns, and therefore will not be eligible for the rebate. It's a problem. It's a problem that I am going to overlook. Or let's say I'm going to choke it down and go ahead and vote for the bill anyway, because I think if you're paying sales tax in this state, you should share in this rebate, whether you filed the tax return or not. So, the second handout, the second page of it, demonstrates how the lion's share of the rebates, well, kind of ignore the poorer Idahoans. Middle class does better. The wealthy get about 41% of the benefit. I think we could do better. Had it been me, and I understand if my proposal was put out to you, it wouldn't pass, but I think a better rebate would have provided a flat $1,000 per 2021 taxpayer and each dependent. That would have been about $4,000 for each family of four, and that would have allowed middle and lower income Idahoans to receive a rebate of enough to put a meaningful dent, for example, in their property taxes. And that would have really meant something. Nonetheless, the bill as written might help stave off homelessness or hunger for our poorer Idahoans for a month or two. What will they do then? I don't know. I don't know what they do then. But I'm not willing to deny them this small chance that this rebate will give them, and it will rightfully refund unspent taxes. That's another problem I had with the statement of legislative intent, is that it's all built around inflation. We're going to do this rebate because of inflation. Well, you know, if you have a surplus and there's zero inflation, you should be looking at doing a rebate. Government shouldn't just hang on to the taxpayers' money, because and so I don't see inflation as much of a justification for this rebate as perhaps some of you do. I see that government should tax at the minimum amount necessary to meet the needs, and whatever surplus there is should go back to the people, less some reasonable amount for modest rainy day funds. And so I think there's an overemphasis there on the inflation issue. Moving to the flat income tax and its reduction to 5.8%. This is a procedural issue for me, but I think it deserves a robust debate in a regular session and not a hurry-up special session. It's a pretty big policy change, and I think special sessions are for more emergency, urgency kinds of issues. I think the rebate is one of those. I think education funding could be one of those, although what's in this bill is not going to put money into the schools, new money into the schools immediately. If ever new money goes into the schools, it's for the 2024 fiscal year. Again, where is the urgency of a special session? Nonetheless, I do think that I will concede. We've been on the road to a flat tax for a long time. Some may argue it's not a major change. It may not be, and it won't stand in the way of me voting for this bill. It is loaded to benefit the wealthy, I think, disproportionately. Now, over the years, we've had these debates. The argument has been made on my side that we should have proportionality, or should have a progressive income tax. Others have argued that the wealthy pay the most tax and should therefore get the most tax cuts. And I think if that argument is true, it only works if the tax code is fair to begin with. And I think a progressive income tax is more fair. And I like to use my own circumstances to describe it. Compared to my employees in my legal practice, I paid some very high income taxes in my legal career. Yet I was also able to lawfully avoid a lot of taxes. My tax strategies were not generally available to my employees. Furthermore, my practice and my income also benefited enormously from governmental, social, and economic infrastructure in my community, my state, and my nation. For example, my legal practice needed well-educated employees, and I was therefore very dependent on good public education system. Did I pay more taxes for it than my employees did? You bet I did. Was it worth it? You bet it was. To me, it was worth it. It was a very good investment with a very high rate of return. So I didn't lose out. It benefited me. To take it a step further, I was not born into a moneyed family. Whatever I achieved in life was due largely to excellent public schools and universities. I was subsidized. In turn, I subsidized others. It was never a problem for me, although I understand others don't see it that way. Some could say, just pay more than I owe if I want, leaving them to pay less. No. Taxes are not charity. We pay what we owe and not a penny more. That's the deal. And that's why I favor a progressive income tax, because in my life, in my experience, I got a great return on my investment in public education and the rest of that infrastructure. Turning to the education component, the bill designates $410 million of sales tax money for education, $330 million of which is for the schools and $80 million to the In-Demand Careers Fund. I'd say it's a good down payment on deferred investment. It's enough to gain my yes vote on this bill, even without the 3% escalator. But the removal of the 3% escalator should be viewed as a warning to all of us who support this legislation. I have concerns. That $410 million is going to need to get appropriated. Will it get appropriated? We can't bind the next legislature. Our predecessors could not bind us. There's no guarantee. And it's a warning that the commitment to this legislation is somewhat less than makes me comfortable. I won't be surprised if the education money herein never really materializes. Think about how we deal with endowments. Every 2 years running now, we're going to have $100 million come out of the education endowment that's available for education. And the argument's been over the years, do we ever really see that money in education, or does it just mean that it makes the legislature's appropriation job a little easier because there's an extra $100 million and we can give education less from the general fund? Does it ever really show up? It's on some levels a philosophical argument, but there's a very practical side to this argument as well. And this $410 million, if the next legislature decides, well, that means we can take $410 million less out of the general fund, then we really haven't got anywhere. The investment remains the same. Down payment. You've heard already about the unfinished business we have when it comes to education, and I just want to go through a couple of these handouts. On the back, we have a chart, and this chart is per pupil expenditures. And before we go any further, I want to say I know there are arguments about per pupil expenditures and that they don't really relate to outcomes and all of this. And, you know, I've been involved in debates in which it's come up that, you know, how much you spend doesn't really matter, and my retort to that's always been, well, the logical conclusion is that you can have a great education and spend zero money, and I think we know that's not true. You have to spend something. We compete with other states. Yes, there are sister states. Yes, we are one country, but we compete with them economically, and we compete with them for resources. We compete with them for teachers, for example. We compete with them in terms of our educational product. We compete with them in terms of how we present ourselves to the rest of the country and the world economically. Are we a state that believes in education, educates our kids, educates them well, and if businesses make investments here, will there be a workforce that can do the work they need done? And so I don't think per pupil expenditures are irrelevant to what we consider, even if you don't give them the same weight that I do. You will see Idaho there at $8,357 in this report in the last column for 2018-19 school year, which this is a U.S. Department of Education publication, or we took it from that. We took it from their publication, and that dollar amount is our per pupil expenditure, $8,357. Now, the other thing is, why did we use this chart? You can go on the internet, you can find any chart you want. It has all kinds of different numbers and all kinds of different rankings. We use this one because the $8,357 is remarkably close to the number for Idaho's per pupil expenditure that is on the website of the gentleman on the second floor, which is about, I think his number is approximately $8,147, something like that. Some of the other reports that we had access to were way off that mark, one way or the other. So I've made a couple of notes here because I think these are important to think about. Idaho ranks number 53 behind all states except Utah, Washington, D.C., Guam, and the U.S. Virgin Islands. Idaho ranks ahead of only American Samoa and Puerto Rico. Alabama is ranked at 43 and 10 spots ahead of Idaho. Missouri is ranked at number 33 and 20 spots ahead of us. And Wisconsin is ranked at number 25 and 28 spots ahead of us. I think we need some goals in addition to this down payment. When I make a down payment on a house, I have some goals. I want to acquire the house. I want to live in the house. I want to do the X, Y, and Z to the house to improve it, or I'm going to do X, Y, and Z to maintain it. I think we need some goals. My personal expectation is that we have a strong economy. We rave about our strong economy. Our goal should be to be number 25 in the nation. I don't think making a down payment unrelated to any goals and objectives makes a lot of sense. What is our goal? What is our objective in making this down payment? So, the page behind, or excuse me, the page in front of this chart is a report put together on what it would cost the state of Idaho to move up 10 spots, 20 spots, and to number 25 in per pupil rankings. And we got some numbers on Idaho's student population of 309,488 students from the Idaho Department of Education, and we figured out the amount per pupil that it would cost to move 10 spots, and did the multiplication, and you can see there near the top that it's $663 million plus to move up 10 spots. And to move up 20 spots is just over $1 billion. And to move up to number 25 is $1.5 billion. These are very large numbers. This is a big reach. Some of us believe that it's worth the reach, even though it will be very difficult. So is our down payment to try to do that, to try to do any of it, or to do something else? I think it's an important question. Facilities and maintenance at the middle of the page. We have a backlog of $874 million. Our per student annual maintenance expenditure is $1,080 compared to the national average of $2,306. And then we have the teacher compensation issue. It's there. You can see it. I won't belabor it. We're all very familiar with it. Let's just say we could be doing better, and we have a real teacher shortage and crisis in Idaho right now. We have a lot of work to do here. We are not finished if we pass this bill. I thought, Mr. President, if I might, in last Sunday, August 28, 2022's Idaho Press Tribune, there was a guest column by Dudley Ward, a graduate of Valley View High School, New York University, Idaho State University, a former employee of Ore-Ida Foods, H.J. Heinz, and a retired Simplot director of purchasing. If I may read, Mr. President.
Having identified the source, Senator may read.
Thank you, Mr. President. He says, I see that Governor Brad Little has called a special session to address what to do with the $2 billion surplus. Instead of reducing the tax bracket again for top earners, we already reduced the top bracket from 7.4% in 2015 to 6.5% in 2021. Let's really address some problems in Idaho that this money would fix. Idaho is dead last in spending per student at $8,376 per student versus the national average of $14,360 per student. It's no wonder that our academic performance rating is 42nd in the USA. And he goes on and he has other projects that he lists. But yes, we have unfinished business. We have a long ways to go. To begin to sum up, I would just say we could have more effectively fought inflation had this bill different provisions. The best way to fight inflation is to actually cut costs for people. How can we do that? We could cut the grocery tax because that will reduce the cost of groceries to everyone, whether they file a tax return or not. We could also pay every levy and bond the schools have in this state with the surplus. And that would actually cut property taxes. And that would actually reduce the cost of housing. You have an inflation problem, the best way to address it is to actually cut the costs people have to pay. But we didn't do that, and that's not what this bill is about. So I will move on finally to my last point, which is Sections 14 and 15 of the bill create, in my mind, a substantial trust in government issue that we're going to need to deal with, I believe. Section 14 mandates the non-binding advisory vote, which has been mentioned before. And Section 15 prevents the Reclaim Idaho Education Initiative from taking effect if the people pass it in next November's election. Regrettably, too many people in this nation and in this state already believe the elections are a sham, and we've been dealing with the fallout of that through the last couple of sessions. Yet there will be nothing on the November ballot to inform them that their votes will have no legal effect. When they find out they were tricked, this will dangerously feed conspiracy theories and further lessen trust in government and voting. This is playing with fire and certainly requires a very high-level campaign to adequately inform the voters of what is going on here. We can't just pass this bill and walk away, or we are going to do some real harm in how people view our election process. As I've said before, it seems you can't help people who need it unless you also help people who don't. We in my party have long fought to help those who need it and to adequately fund education. Reclaim Idaho mounted a Herculean effort to put the education funding initiative on the ballot. Pressure created and the politics of the moment resulted in this bill. I'll take it as a very flawed but modest step in the right direction on rebates and education funding and vote yes this afternoon. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further debate?
Mr. President, to debate the bill.
Floor is yours.
Good senators, when they talked about the special session coming forth and what the purpose of it was, is to give some of the surplus, to give a lot of the surplus back. I thought it was a great idea, and I'm happy to be here. For me, it's kind of a simple issue. I look at this, we as a legislature, we set a budget. We've asked for a certain amount of dollars to fund all sorts of agencies throughout the state, education included, and we've collected more money, received more revenue than we needed. To me, it's simple. The taxpayers who are hurting with inflation and other things right now need that money back. And for me, I don't want to get caught up in things we can plug this money into a lot of different places. That is true. But if that's the case, if we need more money for education or other things, let's debate that and the legislature comes back in January and decide if we need to raise the budgets or not. But we have a responsibility. Government, as you know, is force. We force people to pay taxes, whether they have a good year or not, whether they're struggling or not. And we're talking about a big excess, a big surplus. I think it's our responsibility as a legislature and as a Senate here to earmark this money and give it back because it's more than we've asked for. To me, it's just simple. So I support this. There's other things, I probably would have done a little differently, but there's good things in this bill, and I appreciate the sponsor from District 10 for bringing this. Thank you.
Thanks, Senators. Further debate. Senator Agenbrod.
Thank you, Mr. President. Debate in favor of the bill.
Floor is yours.
Thank you. It's been said and will be said again, why are we here? We're here because we have a surplus. We talk about the additional revenues come in, which is largely the reason for the surplus, and I certainly support and have been supporting for quite some time putting these monies back in the taxpayers' pockets. The other side of that equation is our budget, and we've had departments that have not used the money that we appropriated to them. It has been reverted back. That's a much smaller piece than the revenue, but it does take both parts to make the surplus happen. The senator from, good senator from 16, suggested that Idaho does not have a structurally balanced budget. I'm not sure exactly what definition he's using, but we do have a structurally balanced budget. The definition of a structurally balanced budget is a budget that supports sustainability for multiple years into the future. And I would say we have exactly that. And that's also the reason that we're back here today, is balancing that budget, balancing the state revenues, the monies that are in our coffers, with the monies that are in our citizens' pockets. And we have too much. We've decided that we have too much, and we want to get that back into our taxpayers' pockets in a timely manner. And so that's why we're here and why I will support the bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator. Senator Bayer.
Thank you, Mr. President. For those of you on the Local Government and Taxation Committee, I apologize if you've heard my remarks already today that you have to hear them again. A little bit different, maybe. But I would be remiss in not standing up and stating why I will vote on this bill as I will. I have hundreds and hundreds of emails from constituents and supporters telling me to oppose this legislation, and probably only about 10% of that number in support of the legislation. I have stood against tax increases during my tenure here in the Senate, and I cannot not support a tax relief bill in view of the fact that I do this with reserve and with some regret. I don't like all of the bill, and I don't like being forced to vote in support of something that I don't support just because you cannot oppose tax relief at this point for our citizens that are hurting. I have heard today several people say, mostly out of the Joint Committee meeting, that they believe that this is unconstitutional, that this bill should be divided out, that it is mixed issues and more than one issue in a piece of legislation. I firmly believe that. And I think had this been discussed in a general session where we have more time, we would have had more attorney opinion or AG's opinions or things along that line, because I do believe this is throwing too many issues into one bill, and it's forcing us to vote in support of one and vote for another one, even though we would rather not, because who doesn't need tax relief at this point? I wanted to just comment on a reference that the good senator from Senator 16 made, that a lot of people don't file income tax returns and therefore may not be eligible for the rebate. I have heard this, and I'm not sure exactly where, but they have until the end of this year to go back and file, whether it be a Form 24 for their grocery tax credit. They can still file and still be eligible for the rebate. I want to also challenge the incoming legislators and those of you who will be here next year. Please do not fall for the line that we have done tax relief, we've given the people back money, and therefore we don't need to address property tax, sales tax on groceries, circuit breaker, or anything else. I think we greatly do. I have had umpteen people say they need property tax relief or sales tax relief. I've never had one say they need income tax relief. So please tackle that early. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Is there further debate? Senator Wintrow.
Thank you, Mr. President. I
I just wanted to thank the Senator from 21, and I really wanted to acknowledge some consensus with her and thank her for her comments, because I too feel a little bit forced into a bill to vote for pieces that I love and pieces that I dislike. Maybe for a little bit different reasons. I cannot not take money for education, the future of our state, our children, and our very well-being. So I'm very pleased to see that we are investing in education in our schools, and we have responded to the voice, the very powerful voice of the citizens, thousands of volunteers and thousands of signatures that have probably driven us to this point. I'm very much in their gratitude for that. And like the Senator from 21, I do agree that folks need relief. And I would be more satisfied if it was just a simple rebate, and here is your rebate. But this bill instead changes the entire tax structure, which I think needs a little bit more discussion in a full session. With that, I also think that it is essential to support the bill. I am a little distraught as well with the action of the date, because at a time when people are potentially losing faith in government, I don't want the citizens of our state to see that we're undercutting anything that they had put toward us to consider. So I hope that we're seeing it in a way that we are responding to the needs of the education piece, but I hope it doesn't set precedent in the future that we would do this action again. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator. Is there further debate? Senator Zito.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to debate the bill.
Floor is yours.
Thank you. You know, when I sit here and I think about why we have a surplus and where that surplus came from, last year and the year before, I don't know how many times we sat here and we would make votes on budget items that were funded by Build Back Better funds or ARPA funds or some money that came from the federal government. And as we look at our budget, just in the last few years, our budget in Idaho has grown to the point now that 45% of our budget is federal money. Now, when we look at that, how can we say that we are on firm footing as a state when it comes to our budgetary process and our finances when so much of our money comes from the federal government? I just can't see that we're there when we look at it this way. I'm thinking about our education, and I talk to our teachers and I talk to our parents, and I have to really ask the question, where does all of this education money go? I've talked to new teachers who go into big fancy schools with state-of-the-art classrooms and everything, and then they have to go fund me to have money to buy books and papers and things that they need to actually get down and basically teach the children in their class with. I'm just not feeling really good about this, and I feel like this legislation has been written to a great extent that it puts legislators between a rock and a hard spot. If you don't vote for this, then you don't like children. If you don't vote for this, you don't want to see the people get tax relief. If you don't vote for this, then you're an enemy of the common man. When really, I don't really believe that that's exactly true, that that's exactly where we're at. I've heard several people in discussion today, not just in this body, but in the body across the rotunda, people that I've talked to preparing to come down to this session, and they feel, and I would agree, that this piece of legislation really does address more than one topic. Now, it's easy to tie it together, maybe to use the same word like maybe tax or funds or education or keywords in different places throughout the bill. But the bottom line is, this bill addresses three separate topics. Now, I know that when I came into the legislature, I took an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the state of Idaho. Bottom line is, no matter how good this bill is, no matter how many people it may help, if I vote for this bill today, I violate my oath of office. And I can't do that. I cannot violate that oath that I made when I came in here, no matter if it has good parts or bad parts. If it's unconstitutional, and my heart tells me it's unconstitutional, I have to uphold the oath of office. And I'm going to close with the last thing in here, where we will have on the ballot to ask the opinion of the citizens of the state of Idaho if they think that the legislature is doing a good job. The citizens of the state of Idaho get to decide if the legislature does a good job every 2 years when they go to the voting booth to vote for those people that will represent them in this legislature. And so I'm not exactly 100% sure where this question is going or why you would even want it on the ballot. Because every person that's sitting here in this room today, at some point, their constituents felt like they were doing a good job. If we're not coming back because we lost an election, our constituents have spoken, and they have told us that they didn't feel like we were doing a good job. And so I'm not 100% sure why you would even ask that question on the ballot the way it's phrased or the way it's stated. So I want to thank you for my time, and I cannot, in good faith and conscience, vote for this bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Is there further debate? Senator Thane.
Mr. President, to debate the bill.
Floor is yours.
Thank you. I have something to say about this bill and the future of Idaho. It may not be profound, and some may not agree with my perspective. However, life is a stage, and we must all do our part to make the production of life more spectacular. I feel it is my duty to share my perspective after 16 years of service in the legislature, 10 of which have been in this body. Hopefully I have some valuable insights. I will say that addressing this body and challenging the orthodoxy of both the right and the left in this state, which I plan on doing, is not nearly as challenging as facing my 6th grade science classes. I believe America, and by extension Idaho and possibly the whole world, is going through a transition. Before I can properly describe this transition, I need to describe the radical transition that the founders of this nation accomplished with the signing of the Constitution in 1787. The founders were born into a world of elitism, where a few kings and their aristocratic allies controlled the levers of power, and this power is used to manipulate and control the life decisions of the citizens of most European nations. Most of the wealth was controlled by these elites, and the masses generally lived in poverty and oppression. The founders turned the world upside down by transferring responsibility and therefore power from institutions back to the people. The people could decide what church to join, where to live, how to invest their time and talents. In short, make their decisions free from strict oversight. Two other paradigm shifts or inventions occurred about at the same time. One of them was Adam Smith when he advocated against mercantilism, which stated that wealth was static, and he argued for the free market system that said prosperity was a function of production and that all could become prosperous if they were allowed to engage in productive labor. And this was a revolutionary thought. The other major innovation was tapping into cheap energy that became available about that time. So the confluence of the Constitution, which brought about limited government and empowered citizens, free market economics, and cheap energy has lifted most of humanity out of poverty in the last 250 years. This is the first transformation. The second transformation was an effort by some elements of American society to return to the elitism and tyranny of the old world order under the guise of efficiency and fairness. I believe there are really only basically two political systems. The first is to vest power in the hands of a few, usually under the guise of taking care of them. And the second political system is where power is invested in the hands of the people. Woodrow Wilson argued that the founders were basically wrong and that the old world elitism should be reinstituted in another form in America. May I read from an article entitled Socialism and Democracy, written by Woodrow Wilson in 1887.
I'm an identified source, Senator may read.
State socialism is willing to act through state authority as it is at present organized. It proposes that all idea of a limitation of public authority by individual rights be put out of view, and that the state consider itself bound to stop only at what is unwise or futile in its universal superintendency alike of individual and public interest. The thesis of the state socialist is that no line can be drawn between private and public affairs which the state may not cross at will, that omnipotence of legislation is the first postulate of all just political theory, unquote. The logical outcome of Wilson's thesis of empowering experts in a bureaucratic state is tyranny. For if bureaucrats, central bankers, educational elites, experts in think tanks, medical experts running Medicaid and Medicare, and social workers within federal poverty programs make decisions and are allowed to impose these decisions on the working men and women of America, that is by definition tyranny. The real damage of the elitist modern state is the destruction of the family. Socialist big government thinkers trust experts and institutions more than people or families. And we have seen the devastation this has inflicted upon the family unit. The second great transition America experienced was the growth of the administrative state at the expense of the family, began in the early 1900s and continues to this day. This brings us back to the transition or transformation I see taking place at this time. There are two possible paths that have emerged. Each are equally dangerous, and both lead to tyranny but are driven by different motives. The saying goes that when a person has a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Liberals and elitists have a certain worldview or paradigm where the solution to every problem is more government, more regulation, more strengthening of the institution of the state, more spending. The solution is to increase the size of government. For libertarians, it appears the solution to every problem is to tear down the state, to reduce funding to education, and to get rid of government programs. So I want to address right now some of the opposition from the right to this bill. Many of them say the state should not be in the education business and public schools should be eliminated. This is potentially a reasonable position. What I don't see is their plan and strategy to make that transition from where we are today to where they want us to be. If the elimination of public school is a good policy, then they should be able to articulate this policy in public and convince them of its value. However, I don't see a willingness on the part of libertarians to debate the relative merits of public education versus home or private schools. Libertarians too often, as do many liberals, the extremes of both political ideologies, use tactics of name-calling and intimidation aimed at those that disagree with them. When the discussion ends, the tyranny begins. I don't see the willingness of libertarians in Idaho to engage in open discussion. An open discussion presupposes that both sides will change or refine their views as the discussion unfolds. I see too much rigid, unchanging thinking. It seems to me the libertarian strategy in Idaho is to starve the public education system, make it so bad that parents will be compelled to leave the public education system. I have decried, in these short remarks, the eventual tyranny of the left. I also decry the tyranny from the right. I call it the tyranny of principle. Liberals are motivated by their pure desire to help people. Sometimes I think they tried to help them the wrong ways. But libertarians are motivated by adherence to the purity of their principles. But who says their principles are so pure? And if they are so pure, does this excuse them from the obligation and common decency to persuade those that disagree with them? I think not. I see these two forces colliding, liberalism and libertarianism. I see it going on in the state right now. The winner of this struggle is in doubt. The end result, for me, is not in doubt. If either win, tyranny is the result, and the great American experiment, limited government, will be lost. What is needed is a different path. The future of limited government in America and Idaho will be only possible if we begin to focus on the economic, social, and cultural value of the family unit, which we have not done in my 16 years here. Limited government is only possible if there are plenty of economically independent family units. I see neither major political party promoting the family. They just give it lip service. So what do families need to rebuild themselves? Do they need handouts? No, maybe temporarily. Do they need government programs? Maybe, probably not. The basic building block of families is responsibility. We need another path where families are built by allowing them to claim responsibility by giving them choices that our society has not yet given them. We need a leader to champion the family. As of yet, that leader has not yet emerged. The media is largely to blame for the situation we find ourselves in because they promote controversy and publish outlandish statements of the ideological extremes, while the wisdom of the problem solvers found in this body are largely ignored. Now, on this bill, I will admit that the opposition to the bill has several merits. First, more money by itself will not improve education by itself. The most serious deficiency in education is not funding, in my opinion. Public education is based upon a false premise, which is that the state is responsible to see children educated. The responsibility to oversee the education of children is that of the parents. No one or no one thing can justly take this responsibility away. What is happening is after 6 generations of public school in Idaho based on the premise that the state is responsible, more and more parents are taking us up on this proposition. We are creating neglectful parents by our policies, and these parents are creating toxic children, which are almost impossible to teach, which in turn creates teacher stress. I want to be very clear right now. Most parents in Idaho are extremely good parents. They're engaged, for which I'm very grateful. But there are a growing number that don't take this responsibility. What public education needs, so I'm addressing the next legislative session and the public at large, is a change of focus. Public education needs to transform itself into a service organization. Rather than parents going to the school and turning their kids over and asking what they can do to help the school should be asking what they can do to help the parents. It needs to serve the parents. Schools need flexibility to accomplish this, and parents need choices. Much has already been done in this legislative body along these lines, which I don't have time to get into. While I support this bill, by itself it will not improve education. The next legislature must look at the needs of families and individual students in a different way. The money will be allocated next session. So I won't be involved in that decision, so I have a couple of suggestions. First, while I love school choice, because I like to see parents have choices, it gives them ownership, I struggle with ESAs. The reason is simple. ESAs do not fit well with a free market system. In a free market, the buyer uses his or her own money to purchase a product or service. And in the ESA, Education Savings Account system, or a voucher system, the customer uses the state funds. ESAs, to me, resemble a form of socialism with redistribution of wealth and no accountability. I do support giving parents access to more funds, just not in this manner. One way to do that would be to, if a student entered the first grade, for example, if they were at grade level, it showed that parents had been working with that student that they could access some funds. So they need to have some preconditions before they can access any state funds, in my opinion. Second, Idaho spends a lot of money on reading, and I've also found that in many schools, only 10% of the students are fluent in their math tables, elementary students. And I would suggest that we change the funding mechanism for advanced opportunities and reward those students that are doing well in school to incentivize that. So they're basically funding their own advanced opportunities program. So there are very many other ideas that we could put out there to encourage parents, to give them choices, because as you give someone a choice, then they have a chance to accept responsibility, which is the number one need of education. So while I think the public education system needs more money, if we simply give more money to try to prolong the current system without making some fundamental differences, this bill will not accomplish what we're trying to accomplish. With that, thank you so much, Mr. President, and I appreciate the patience of the body to allow me to express some of my deeply held thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Is there further debate?
Mr. President.
Senator Guthrie.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, I've expressed to you, several of you, and also several members of the executive branch, some anxiety I have over the process and to a certain extent the contents of this legislation. That said, I'd like to make a couple of observations. I agree that we should return or reinvest some of the surplus. It's only appropriate that we do that. It's not our money to keep, and it doesn't serve the citizens of Idaho well sitting in state coffers, and I'm in full agreement with that. And so while I may not like all of the components of House Bill 1 or the process that got us here today, that's the option before us. And over the years, I've longed to be able to line item vote, but they just don't let me do that. And so that's the package before us, and that's what we have to decide on, and that's the lens through which I'm trying to look at it. And it's through that lens that it has relieved, not all, but some of the anxiety that I've had, and I've had a lot of anxiety over this process and this legislation. But I can count. I know where we're headed, and I know that the train has left the station and has a full head of steam. So when Madam Secretary calls the roll, I plan to be on it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senators. Is there further debate? Senator Vick.
Thank you, Mr. President. This was touched upon briefly in the opening, but I want to emphasize what I see as the importance of the flat tax. We have, when I was elected, I believe our top income tax rate was 7.8%, and we had 7 income tax brackets, all below the inflation unadjusted amount of $11,000 a year. And that's not, it's unnecessarily complicated, and it is not, in my opinion, good tax policy. And if you read most studies, they say that a flat tax is more competitive. And I have constituents at home who say, I don't want Idaho to be more competitive. We don't need any more people here, right? And so why are we worried about being competitive? We have, some people say we have the best economy in the nation. So again, why do we need to be more competitive? I think that the consensus now is that we're headed into a recession. The income that we're seeing is probably going to decline. And as the senator from 10 mentioned, a flat tax is a more stable source of revenue. And this has been documented nationwide. So we have that and the competitiveness we need to maybe not get hit as hard by the recession as other states will. And I guess that's the reason I see at this point the need to continue to push for Idaho being competitive with other states. We still have a higher tax rate than most states. Even at 5.8%, down from 7.8%, We are still a relatively high rate of income tax in Idaho. But I think moving to a flat tax, which is something I have wanted to do in the 10 years I got here, when last session ended and we still had 4 tax brackets, I said, well, it's not going to happen in my tenure, but lo and behold, it looks like it will. And I'm very excited about that. I have the same concern about the too many subjects in one bill, but I don't believe that, for me, it's a violation of my oath of office, because I believe that they do fit under the title of the bill, and while I don't like it and wish it was different, as many of you have said, this is what we have to vote on. And to me, the flat tax, getting to a flat tax overcomes the other concerns I have about the bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator. Is there further debate? Senator Groh.
Mr. President, thank you to debate the bill.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I agree with many of the comments that have been made in regards to the flat tax. I concur with that, and happy to vote in favor of that piece of it. But that wouldn't require us to be here in a special session. We could have done that in the general session. So why are we here? We're here primarily because of the surplus that we have in the state. And the $500 million, I'm supportive of returning that to taxpayers. I would have preferred to return more. I would also prefer the method to be different. A couple of years back, we had a property tax relief amount that went out, so every property taxpayer of the state benefited. It wasn't some arbitrary number. This person gets 300, that person gets 600, whatever. But it was based upon the tax burden that they're carrying at this point in time. I assume that the emails and the phone calls and everything that I receive are similar to what you receive. People want property tax relief. Now, they expect, some have a misconception. They think that somehow the legislature in the state of Idaho collects these property taxes, which we don't. But we do have a role in the property tax issue. I would have preferred, as I say, to have the one-time rebate go out in the form of property tax relief, but I'll support the way it's going at this point. On the education aspect of it, the points were made that we have facility issues, we have supplemental levies that are going in many school districts. So there are concerns that what is being received from the state is not adequate, apparently, according to the local school boards and school districts. This amount of $410 million that's there, some of that could certainly be used for school facilities, for bonded indebtedness, for supplemental levies, all of which would also address the property tax relief that the taxpayers are crying for. So there are aspects in here that make me more comfortable that we can give some property tax relief with the money that's being included in this bill. Now, the fourth item I would mention is not in the bill, but relates to it. Again, property tax relief is a hue and cry we continue to hear. I would hope that we can all, those of us that are here in this next session, that we can work together to get legislation that will give us ongoing, meaningful, permanent property tax relief. Now, people might say, well, that's a local issue only. They ought to just cut their budgets or whatever. We already assist the locals with 11.5% of the sales tax. So it's not, and we just last session added more for transportation. We're adding money right now for education with the sales tax. There's more that we can do. The sales tax comes from all of our constituents. And so everybody here, everybody in this legislative body and the one next door, we all live in a school district. Everybody's in a school district in the state. The Constitution talks about our role to provide adequate education for the kids of this state. So here's a way that we can have property tax relief and assist the education aspect, which is our responsibility as mandated in the Constitution. So I'd hope next session we can all work together and give some ongoing, meaningful property tax relief from the state to help the locals, particularly the schools. And with that, I will be voting in favor of this bill and encourage your support as well. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator. Is there further debate? Hearing none, Senator Rice. Senator Johnson, what purpose do you rise?
To debate the bill.
The floor is yours.
Mr.
Mr. President, thank you. Senators, this is my first and last opportunity to provide comment this session. If my microphone stands up, maybe not. But I'd be remiss if I didn't at least share a few words with you about why I came down here for this special session. The senator from 28 always has a good way to phrase things, and so I appreciate that. And if this is a train, I'm maybe on the caboose coming up on the end here, but I'm just going to repeat a couple things, but keep it very short. Property tax. We all know that. It's very important that we find that relief. We've talked about this for several sessions, and I still don't think we're there. So I sure hope that we can address this, maybe next session. We hear that. And I've expressed his concerns with the gentleman on the second floor, so he knows my position on that. Something else that has come up a lot, and I think it's related to the surpluses that we have in the state, and we can find it in our Idaho statutes, and that deals with affordable housing. And we have a lot of issues in this state that are tied to our financing the Idaho IFHA or IHF, I don't remember, in Title 67 or something about affordable housing, but it is a priority for the state, and obviously with our workforce, there are things we can do, and we can use these kind of surpluses to help address that. For the workforce, that apparently we're recruiting to the state, because if we don't have the housing, we're not going to have the workers. It's just that simple. So I would encourage you to consider that in your future deliberations. School facilities was brought up. I hear that from folks in my area, and I think that's very important. We have some of our smaller communities, their facilities are 60, 70 years old. They've done a good job taking care of them, but they're going to have to be replaced someday, and if things go well for them, they may even expand. So they're going to need some help with that, and we could do that maybe through some kind of property tax relief. And then the issue of child tax credits. Our working families across the state are struggling, and child care is expensive. Adequate child care is very expensive, and we talked about this 2 sessions ago, if you remember that. It was a high priority at that time. We talked about working families and trying to provide child care across the state to assist in that. So I would just encourage you to continue to work on that, because I think the need is there, and I think we can help address this through some of the surpluses that we have in the state. And then lastly, we all have seen the news that one of our local companies here has announced that they're going to invest billions here in the Boise area and create thousands of jobs. And so again, I would come back to this question: where are we going to house these individuals, or how they can afford these housing? So I think at some point we're going to have to get the horse in front of the cart and maybe do some pre-planning so that we can provide for this growth and to keep housing costs down, these kind of things. So I think that's great that they're coming, but again, I think we have some work that we can do to better prepare for that. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Is there further debate? Seeing none, Senator Rice is recognized to close debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. There is something in the discussion that reminds me of something that I read when I read it for the first time when I was quite a bit younger. I've read it more times than that. The book A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court by Mark Twain has a part where the hero of the story goes undercover throughout England. And in the course of his travels incognito, he's having dinner with a wealthy man who likes to brag about his wealth and talk about how much money he has. And so the hero decides to show him something about dollars versus outcomes. And he tells him that his income is somewhat lower but he also tells him that he can buy twice as much with that lower income as the wealthy braggart could buy with his higher amount of money. How this relates. Education appears to be the only topic that I've ever seen where there is a serious claim that the sole measure of success is spending and not outcomes. Nothing could be further from the truth. Yet we hear repeatedly only about where we stand in dollars spent per pupil. It's not the measure of education. Education is measured just like everything else in the world by results. And our results are nowhere near the bottom. They just aren't. Measure after measure after measure shows that our teachers do a fantastic job. They do. Our outcomes are good for our students. Now, if you looked at just the last couple of years, you'll see some problems. A lot of those problems have come because of school shutdowns, kids staying home, trying to do things a different way that people aren't used to. But there have been bright spots in that, and we're rebounding. That doesn't mean that you never measure or look at spending. You just don't measure the outcome that way. I've heard talk about, oh, we should do something different. We should try to do it all in this special session. We shouldn't. Regardless of what any of us think, we can't do everything today. You know, the state of Idaho did a lot of great things before I was in the state Senate. It will do a lot of great things when I am no longer here. This is my last bill, and I think it's good for the citizens of the state of Idaho. It puts some of their money back in their pockets. We're seeing this growth in surpluses without tax rate increases. In fact, we're seeing them with tax rate cuts. A portion of it is caused by inflation and some federal spending. That stuff will eat itself up in our economy, and it hurts our citizens because it's borrowed money, not from our citizens, and it's spent at a rate that just drives up costs to our citizens. It is true that while our federal government has engaged in a lot of deficit spending and much of what I consider to be unwise spending, we have done things in Idaho that have reduced the burden and the hand of government on our citizens. We've been doing that consistently. We have significantly cut taxes on our citizens. Yes, we'd use more than just one type of tax, but $1 in the pocket of our citizens is $1 in the pocket of our citizens. It's interesting to me when someone says, well, someone who makes a lot more should pay a lot more. Interesting, that's exactly what happens with a flat tax. The person who has $1 million of taxable income pays 1,000 times more than the person with $1,000 of taxable income. It's reasonable and fair, and they do pay their fair share. But we all have an obligation to contribute to the services that we expect to receive along with our fellow citizens. We do. That's reasonable and fair. All of us like to reach out and give a helping hand. I would imagine we all do it out of our own pockets or our own labor and time. But we need to be careful with what we do with the citizens' money, because it's not ours. It's a sacred trust. It's their money, whether we are spending it on roads or schools or other projects, or whether we're taking money we didn't expect to have and putting it back in their pockets for them to decide whether they should use it on their property tax or for groceries today or for something else. We honor the right of our citizens to choose how their money should be spent by giving it back to them. There's not a perfect way to give it back. This is merely the best way to get money back to them quickly and efficiently. And it's loaded towards the individual citizen far more than it is to anybody else. This is a good bill. I appreciate all of the debate. I appreciate I would hope you will support it. I do not see any violation of the single subject rule in this, as all we're doing are adjustments to the tax code. With that, Mr. President, debate is closed.
Thank you, Senator. Debate being closed, the question is, shall House Bill 1 pass the Senate? Secretary will call the roll.
Hagenbrod, Anthem, Bayer, Burgoyne, Burtonshaw, Cook, Crabtree, Funk, Grow, Guthrie, Harris, Hyder, Johnson, Lakey, Lee, Lent, Lodge, Martin, Merrill, Nelson.
Mr. President, for 60 seconds.
Have you not debated bills?
I have not debated the bill.
60 seconds.
Thank you, sir. First of all, thank you for the Senator for 14 to invite work on lowering property taxes and improving public schools. I did have a bill on that last year. I think we can improve. I accept your invitation. Second, I want to thank the thousands and thousands of Reclaim volunteers who got our initiative on the ballot. To me, the emergency we're trying to solve here is that initiative might have passed. And I would just like to remind us all, the Supreme Court ruled that the initiative process is a fundamental right of the people, and this, I have to say, feels like we're subverting that right. With that, I can't not support this good start on better funding for education, and I will be voting yes. Mr. President, I vote aye.
Your vote's aye.
Nye, Patrick, Rice, Ricks, Riggs, Semmelroth, Stennett, Thane, Van Orden, Vick, Ward Engelking, Winder, Wintrow, Woodward, Zito, Bayer,
Roll call shows 34 ayes, 1 nay, 0 absent and excused. Majority having voted in favor, House Bill 1 is passed the Senate. It's a correction of the title. Hearing none, House Bill 1 will be transferred to the Senate, or to the House.
Mr. President,
Senator Anthony.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate return to the 9th order of business.
Heard the unanimous consent request. Sir. you've heard the request, but maybe you haven't heard the presiding officer, so sorry about that. You've heard the unanimous consent request. Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Mr.
Senate
President.
return to the ninth order of business.
Mr. President.
Senator Anthony.
Ask unanimous consent the Senate go to ease.
Sorry, I didn't hear your request.
I ask consent that the Senate go at ease.
Senate will be at ease. You need that?